Never mind then.
Oh, now you're putting all the weight on that. Oh my god. Wow. It wasn't aligned properly, you rushed it.
The fuck?
Jumbo, why aren't you speaking?
Hey everybody, what's going on? So this is the first time I'm dual streaming. Yeah, just got a haircut. Really fucking annoys me how I can't just wait. Yeah, so this is the first time dual streaming. Is there a way to pop out the chat? Chat overlay. I don't know. This is kind of annoying. I can only see like a tiny little bit of the chat at once, and it's fucking retarded. I can see you all in kick and whatever. I just wish I could see more of the fucking chat. Why can't I... Let me see. Restream... Pop-out chat? Dodo donated $2. Let me see. What am I looking at? Oh, is that from a... Wait, I don't even know what that is. Okay, whatever. Twitter. It seems like Greta is expanding her options and portfolio. Is her climate crusade not working out? Is she trying to stay relevant?
If I were you, I wouldn't waste a second to let this continue and take action to get this channel down. youtube.com/watch?v equals shouldSFV40 youtube.com/watch?v equals dm760 hub youtube.com/watch?v equals I151 youtube.com/watch?.
Okay, I'll take a look at that in a minute. her involvement in the Palestinian protests is fucking retarded, and she doesn't even, like, understand what's going on.
Hello, I'm so angry. All the girls are using electronic vibrators with lost-off batteries. Why do they not help the planet by using their fist or wooden dildo? Please help the planet and stop using useless batteries. Finger yourself or ask your friends to do it.
What is with all the, like, weird sexual stuff with Greta? Like, everybody who criticizes her, especially right-wingers, they, like, say weird, inappropriate sexual jokes when she's, like, pretty fucking young still. Let me see. Veganism exposed. Yeah, whatever. Are these just all links to his channel? Okay, great. I don't care. Thanks for the donation one. It's like fucking irritating the shit out of me. How? Dude. I don't understand why the fucking... So look what happens when I... Okay, it's different on this fucking monitor because of the orientation, but... Oh my god, that's fucking annoying. I have to do stupid shit to get this to fit on my other monitor. Great, we'll figure it out later. Dodo Night Tellers, Greta clearly does whatever she thinks is popular in the moment. You know she is fake because she doesn't even talk about animal agriculture and its relation to climate change or animal holocaust. Just does what she thinks is popular with her circle. Is she not talking about veganism really anymore? I don't know much about her. I don't really follow her at all, so, you know. But yeah, that is fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. So we got a lot of shit to cover tonight. Got Sv3rige. We got fitness Nazis, like literal Nazis in the fitness industry. Got Frank Tufano. Harley donated $2. Thanks for the donation, Harley. Sean Baker is on GRE again. Why the fuck won't Sv3rige debate you? He's from my city and you like his channel. Thought it was weird as fuck he brought up that random picture. He did it because he was looking for excuses not to debate me, dude. He's just scared. So he just had to look for whatever stupid excuse he could. He tried to accuse me of being, like, mentally insane. And funny enough, I actually got a mental health assessment, a very comprehensive one. And I sent him my mental health assessment so he couldn't use that excuse anymore. Then he started fucking complaining about how I don't respect his religion and the Prophet Muhammad. Like, it's fucking retarded.
My point is, you really need to read the titles of the videos of Exposed I send, not watch, then you'll understand. He goes too far calling you things.
Yeah, I know. He's a piece of crap. I hope he gets his channel taken down again. Thanks for the donation, though, one. Dodo Night Tellers. I know this is long, and I thought I knew about Z's upbringing, but I didn't know the stuff. It's very enlightening. I think you will learn from this. Should at least watch the first 5-8 minutes, or if you can, it's interesting. Oh my god, I hate it when that happens. What is this shit?
When she was just a young boy, Mao ruined his life. Generations apart, their paths crossed unexpectedly, and a teenage Xi from an elite family in Beijing ended up in exile, condemned to hard labor in the countryside. 50 years later, Xi is one of the most powerful political figures in the world and the only leader since Mao to have unchecked power over China. So, how did he go from being banished in his country to taking complete control of it? Xi Jinping's connection to Mao formed long before Xi was even born. Losing bad. The bulk of their army was pinned down. He influenced the Red Army.
I'm not gonna watch this on stream. Let's watch the shit about the fitness fascists.
Our natural lifting community's members are supposedly racist and hateful, and these two people are Hersoviak, who you see here, and Smart Simple Fit. So Hersoviak is an elite natural lifter, bodybuilder, and Smart Simple Fit is someone who has podcasts with other members of our Noble Natty community. As you can see, some familiar faces here. So these two people are alleged to be liking posts on Instagram that are quite hateful and honestly have no
Ethan now says cats, cats, and more cats. Well, hopefully tonight we do watch some more cats.
place in our lifting community. And if you check some of these comments, you'll see that these two individuals are denying these allegations. So this guy says, "Ain't no way this man's a racist," and Hersoviak agrees. And this guy is quoting something that Hersoviak said before. It's okay to be white, it's okay to be black, it's okay to be whatever.
Tellers, you know what would be funny if the channel you watch with the CGI animations and Prophet Muhammad and saying bad things in the Quran and stuff, imagine if the guy running the channel is Muslim and actually supported all those things, thought it was a good thing. Well, that's not possible because he directly criticizes Prophet Muhammad. You can find Muslim channels who promote those things as good things. Just go to Ali Dawa. He's a...
Do you think Sv3rige is handsome or good looking? If so, why or why not? Curious.
I don't think he's good looking. There's no particular reason why. Looks are subjective, so... Thanks for the donation, though, Death Dis. So you can find Muslim channels that do openly support things like genocide, like rape, like child rape, stuff like that. Go to Ali Dawa's channel. He's a fucking terrorist, a literal fucking terrorist. So even if you press Muhammad Hijab on these things, he'll also support them. He just reluctantly says these things because he knows it looks bad on him.
And Hersoviak agrees with that. And then there's some supposedly delusional idiots that are tarnishing Hersoviak's name. So Smart Simple Fit as well. So he's saying that the black man, white man, everyone is worthy of dignity. You don't want to be racist, which, I mean, it goes without saying that racism sucks, and it's great that everyone here is in agreement. So now let's go talk about what Jeffrey Verdi Schofield said, that the screenshots that were taken that alleged that these two individuals, Smart Simple Fit and Hersoviak, were racist, those screenshots could be doctored.
Why are you scared of debating Fuentes? I've tried to set up a debate with Fuentes on whether or not the Holocaust happened, and he won't do it. He is just an evasive fuck, and he's scared of debate.
Right.
Fuentes will only debate people that he believes he can win against. So he, like, the only reason he was willing to debate Destiny on Fresh and Fit is because he thought he could use some, you know, slimy tactics to steamroll over Destiny and lie and get away with lying, so... Yeah, but he won't debate me. He also won't debate Dr. Avi. He just dodges debates left and right.
So we want to find something that's probably more incriminating, I guess. And this is on the video that Freaky D made a few days ago, and he linked the playlist that had all the evidence, but a lot of those videos were removed because I guess YouTube thought it was too crazy, and the person who made that playlist as well, I guess he wanted to remove them, I guess, for his own sake, if YouTube strikes him or something like that. But anyway, I've done some digging around and I found some interesting things that I think everybody in our community needs to look at. But before I go on, I'm just gonna tell you guys, I'm just
Remember when you spent an hour talking about Pokimane yesterday and then pretending you don't care about her? You're literally obsessed with someone who you think looks 12 and you said she only got famous because she's attractive. So 12 years / show are attractive.
Yeah, so just because I don't personally find somebody attractive, that doesn't mean I can't recognize that other people find them attractive. And yeah, her audience is mostly like 15-year-old kids. Obviously, 15-year-olds are going to find, you know, a girl who looks very young attractive. So yeah, keep coping, dumbass. Give me a second here. I'm having a lot of trouble with these stupid fucking tabs now.
Can you rate my facial appearance and my penis on a 1 to 10 scale? Just based on my vibes. What vibe do you get from me about my looks and my penis? Keep in mind I just donated $3 and have at least 3 more in my account. Be honest but make me moist.
I'm not going to review your penis, but thanks for the donation, microwave poop, or your face. Poopy hairy asshole butt donated $2, wanted me to react to this. Police state teaser.
To be on display, doing the walk of shame, full visual impact. Any questions?
Are we becoming a police state?
Government told American citizens they couldn't go to church on Sunday.
For the first time in my life, I'm saying to myself, am I going to get a knock at the door?
FBI warrant, come to the door now!
The Patriot Act and FISA were used against Donald Trump.
These individuals
Want to find really paints.
It's one of the dumbest sort of documentary trailers I've ever fucking seen. Dodo donate $2. Why would Fuentes debate you when he is busy working for Trump's re-election campaign and helping Marjorie Taylor Greene host events? It's crazy how these people have such influence over the government. When are you going to work for Biden's re-election campaign? I'm not going to work for Biden's re-election campaign. I don't even know how to go about doing that, but thanks for the donation, Dodo.
reporting. I'm just showing you what I see, okay?
Oh dear, should we be concerned? Spider-Man 2 tonight?
Swine flu, UK detects first human case of new strain. Well, swine flus pop up periodically all the time. So just social distance, wear a mask, you know. Try to avoid getting it. But thanks for the donation, Prismo. And yeah, we'll probably play Spider-Man 2 if we're going to play any games. Genetic Beast donated $2. There is the full Nobel Nazi playlist exposing videos. Okay, sick. We can take a look at those later after we watch this video. Thanks for the donation, man. Kid Boo donated $2. On a scale of 1 to 10, how racist is this?
Why do I have to be accountable for the white race? Why do I have to be accountable for the white race?
For yourself.
Right, so if I'm racist, I'll take responsibility for that.
You probably are not racist, but...
Well, thank you. So then why do I have to comment on somebody else's racism?
But what you should do is take accountability for the racism around you.
But why would you say take responsibility? How can I take responsibility for...
This guy just tries to steamroll over the people he's talking to, doesn't let them express their ideas. I don't care. Don't bother sending me these fucking videos, dude.
Told you I have $3 more. If you had to guess, what would you rate my face and penis though? I'm not sending nudes, I want your guess. Guess my face and dick. I don't have more money, so don't even ask, that's what you would do, so just leave me alone.
Your face and dick look great. Thanks for the donation, microwave poop. Sit on Giggly Claw's lap and tell him what you want for Gigmas. I'll maybe do that later. Thanks for the donation, Gig.
It's not until the end that I'll make some judgmental conclusions. For now, it's just reporting. That's what you guys like, right? The other thing is that you might say, oh, I didn't come to YouTube Fitness for discussions about racism, politics, or something like that. Well, if you don't like racism or talks against racism, I'm sure you don't like racism itself. So after you unfollow me, you can go unfollow all the people I talk about here, because they're also interacting with things that have no place in fitness. So let's get started now. So first we have this post over here.
Oh, I'm not a man. Excuse me, ma'am. Do you know where the pool is? Oh, I'm not a man.
So clearly this person finds someone who's transgender, it looks like, and I guess he's disgusted or something, and he is shooting them. So let's see who liked the post here. So one of the people is Sv3rige. Let's make sure it's actually him.
What is the distinction between high intensity and vigorous cardio? Do you know anything about the Pico 4 VR headset? Is it any good? Better than Quest 3? Have you ever experienced Phantom Touch in VR? I hope we get good PvP VR fighting game. Just got back from a short trip, and my bunny started binkying as soon as he saw me. Missed the little guy. How are your bunnies doing?
Our bunnies are doing just fine. We managed to make Chungus and Chicken friends, so they just cuddle all day. Thanks for the donation, though, veganism. So, high-intensity cardio or vigorous cardio, it's the same fucking thing, really. It's just some sort of subjective measure of it being difficult. Like, if you want to be more specific, you can talk about, like, certain thresholds of cardio, like aerobic or anaerobic, or, you know, glycolytic, or, you know, but you're just using two different words to describe, you know, difficulty. Don't know anything about the Pico 4 headset, and I've never experienced Phantom Touch in VR. Thanks for the donation, though, Liu Yik. Appreciate it. Dodo donate $2. Dis crazy. Also, why are you so depressed today? Did you forget your drugs? I'm just mildly annoyed at the dual kick stream thing and it being a little difficult to set up my windows. It's nothing, no big deal. Generating an AI image in Midjourney and turning it into a video using Runway's motion brush. Oh, wow. The fuck? Is that real? Dude, what the fuck? Dude, that's crazy. I've got to make some art and maybe use some of those tools. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
If I ate some meat-eater butthole, would that still make me vegan?
Yes, as long as you're not violating the rights of anybody, you would still be vegan by eating a meat-eater's butthole. I personally wouldn't eat a carnous butthole. I would, you know, get them to go vegan before I eat their ass. But to each their own. Thanks for that donation, Richard's boyfriend.
Yep, that's him. All right. Next post. How I feel after a glass of raw milk. Here we have Patrick Bateman vibing to this. Okay, so observe.
Whoa. A literal Nazi fucking, what is that? The sun and something?
Observe the symbol in the back. The symbol in the back over here, the wheel, the black thingy over there. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a Nazi
that
image.
One of the people who liked this post is Sv3rige. Okay. I want to go back to this video and play it in slow motion so we can see something that I missed the first time I showed it to you. It happens around the 4-second mark right here. Wait for it. It's very sneaky.
Oh yeah,
Nazi.
Nazi.
That's the swastika right there.
Have you seen Interspecies Reviewers? Shit funny AF.
I have seen it. I have not seen the entire series, but I have seen it. I've seen, I think, the first 6 episodes. It is funny. And I do want to finish watching it. Thanks for that donation, Monster Girl Maniac. So this guy liked a literal Nazi post. Even if you couldn't see the swastika, that wheel in the background, that's a Nazi image.
And it's a sneaky one, but maybe, you know, it's kind of unnecessary because we know that the black sun is already a symbol of neo-Nazis, so, but this is a bit more blatant, I guess. Now, let's go to the next post. Again, it's that same symbol, but last time it was in black, but this time it's in white. But it is the same symbol, and observe this, the phenotype of these individuals.
He's liking many Nazi posts.
And who like this? A centurion strength. Okay, that's not that interesting. But anyway, that symbol is called the Black Sun, which is basically a neo-Nazi symbol. It's not always been a Nazi thing, but these days it's been co-opted by those types of groups, as well as you know, Nazi occultism. You could look this stuff up yourself. Next post. This is a page called Too Based for Society. So the person who made...
Congratulations, faithful servant, you have done well. May the dual kick stream bring you more money and clout.
Well, thank you, asshole. Appreciate it. We'll see. Alright. Well, thanks for the donation, asshole. I will never forgive this country for teaching me that the Nazis burned books, but never telling me what books they burned. Wow. Jesus.
The original allegation that her Soviet...
To clarify those that don't know, the original big book burning was the collected knowledge about transgender medical research. They burned way more fucking books than that. Like, there's literally videos and photos that you can see of them burning literally thousands of books. They burnt anything that was against them politically, any books that were about differing political ideas, religious beliefs, scientific ideas that they didn't like. It could have been literally anything. And yeah, it included books about gender theory. Dodo donated $2. You know, all those stock image and stock video suppliers, they will soon be no more with this kind of tech. You should try it on stream if there's time later.
I missed something cool in my recent demo on Runway's Motion Brush. It's not just for image to video. You can use text to video prompts, generate your free previews, then use a preview as an image input. Then you click into Motion Brush, make your selection, add a directional motion, save it, and generate. And it takes the guesswork out of what's going to move. I tried another preview with 2 people in the shot, but I only wanted to animate 1. I chose vertical motion thinking she'd walk toward the camera, but instead she squatted down, which I guess makes sense. So that's one more way to use Motion Brush. I did a whole tutorial if you want to see more. I missed.
That's interesting. Yeah, I'll try using Motion Brush. I think what I'll do is I'll get back into drawing and just draw some stuff and see if I can do anything cool.
And Smart Simple Fits are partaking in liking these types of memes. A lot of those screenshots were taken from this page, 2 Based for Society on Instagram, and I guess Hersoviak may have blocked the page because it's disgusting. And so if it was true that Hersoviak liked a bunch of posts from this page, if he did block this page, then from our point of view, it looks like he never interacted with the page. So that's why we're not going to find him on here, to my knowledge. But it looks like Davin May Holmes hasn't done that. And if
Who donated $2? The U.S. needs to be more consistent with its laws. Either people have the right to kill a home intruder or they don't. Seems like they're making it up as they go along. Well, it's actually pretty common for black people to get prosecuted for murder even though they were just, you know, practicing legal self-defense. Today, Marvin...
This is evil.
Yes, it is. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Today, Marvin Guy was sentenced to life in prison for killing an intruder. That intruder happened to be a cop executing a no-knock raid. Guy says he didn't know it was police. He's not the first who has struggled to reconcile no-knocks with the right to self-defense. Well, yep. So, that's some bullshit. I mean, if somebody bursts down your door and they don't announce that they're the police, I don't know what the fuck you're expected to do.
For some reason every trans woman I have ever met buys into myths about soy being feminizing and swears that soy milk helped them transition. The funny thing is most of them don't even come close to passing, and they still are convinced lol.
I have not seen a single trans person state that, and I actually saw at least one trans person on my video say that if soy was feminizing, they'd be drinking like a ton of soy milk. So, yeah, it's not. But thanks for the donation, Destroy the Baphomet.
Malik rules vegan gains drools 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 Malik ah.
You say that, but you're just retarded. Thanks for the donation, VG.
If we look here, we see that this post is saying there was a scientist in Nazi Germany who made a lot of advancements for transgender people, and the Nazis burned all that research. Over here, we have this person who I guess is supposed to be a transgender person, and then over here is a Chad, and both of these people are saying the same thing, but the implication here is that the Chad thinks it's cool that the Nazis burned all the transgender research, and the transgender person's sad about that because you probably want something that would help people like you. And clearly this is anti-LGBT.
If that cop was really dumb enough to not state his place, then he got what was coming to him for being stupid.
Yeah. Totally agree. It's fucked up that innocent guy's going to prison because a cop was being fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
And more importantly, it's pro-Nazi. And we see here that our good friend Davin May Holmes says, ha ha ha, based. Let's make sure it's actually him. Yep, that's him. So, yeah, if you go to all these comments, it's just not really good vibes. Again, same thing with the Black Sun. Let's see who'll like this one. Wolf's Law Fitness. We'll get to him later. This account right here, Pattern Recognizer, we'll get there as well. So who liked this one? That's Sean Noriega, Hamstring Puppy. Okay. We'll get to him and Wolf's Law later.
Natural hypertrophy, donate tellers. Oh, and by the way, it gets worse, man. Whoa. Dude, what the fuck?
Here's the Piers Morgan debate if you care to check it out.
Let me take a look. Okay, we'll probably watch that later. Thanks for the donation, though, Unicorn Jizz. Dude, that's crazy. Who the fuck is this? Hersoviak. Yeah, dude, that is nuts. I don't know how these people are so comfortable sharing Nazi imagery online.
But I just wanted to show this because I think it's pretty interesting. This guy says, "Oh, I really like Oliver Anthony. He thinks Jews did, you know." And then, "Oh, I like him." So, kind of.
I recently started fapping to ultra-feminine trans girls. I don't want to suck their dick or anything, I just like looking at their asshole and cock from behind. I'm not sure why I like it, maybe just the novelty. Does this make me gay?
Maybe a little gay. Thanks for the donation, Vibs Cartel, but it's okay to be a little gay.
Anti-Semitic there. This is some, I don't know, caricature of China.
Slav Gains and Tellers. Is it possible to be racist towards white people? Yes. I went to play basketball as a white guy and everyone kept calling me white boy and cracked and looked down on me. Well, don't play basketball with those fucking losers. Thanks for that donation, though, Slav Gains.
Chinese people, I guess. You know, similar post over here, anti-LGBTQ. The flag that person cut off over there is clearly the LGBTQ flag, and one of the people who liked this post is Hersoviak.
These people are pieces of shit. What the fuck, man? Why do they care? Like, it's insane.
And let's look at this post over here. As you can see, this video is saying things that are destroying teens' self-improvement pursuits. One of the things is porn, which I agree. I mean, and then there's LGBTQ though, and then there's this notion that masculinity is being destroyed by people who are dressing up in, I guess, non-heteronormative ways, or not heteronormative. What do I say?
Well, just the fact that somebody would even, you know, promote, you know, something related to Andrew Tate, I think that says a lot about them.
You know, cisgender, I guess, because, I mean, well, you can clearly see that this is an anti-trans, anti-LGBT, and one of the people who like this, again, is Hersoviak, and now, wait, let me just click it just to make sure it's... Alright, there we go. Next page. So this one is... I guess I'll refresh it.
You need Jesus Christ. You support LGBTQ.
So it's about this kid who goes to the doorbell of someone who I guess he knows is gay because, I don't know, maybe they have like a LGBT flag on their porch or something, and this kid...
Oh my god, our entire species is such vermin. How did it become known as the most intelligent one on the etin fucking planet?
I don't know, Dodo. It's a mystery to me, too. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
He goes to their doorbell and says, "Do you need Jesus Christ? Do you support LGBTQ?" Basically saying, Christ doesn't like this or something like that, or using his religion to basically be discriminatory towards LGBT people. Again, pretty clearly anti-LGBT, and the list of likes here...
Well, that is blatantly.
Again, includes our friend Davin May Holmes. That's Smart Simple Fit, by the way. And yeah, the ironic thing here is that they're using a Cillian Murphy edit, and it's interesting because Cillian Murphy's one of his favorite movies is Blaha. It's a French movie that literally means the hate, and it's I'm not sure if someone who would watch that movie would be and understands it would make a meme like that. But anyway, another post from this account, Pattern Recognizer. You can see that they're contrasting their ideas of superior European tradition and I guess black people who are coming to Europe, and there's this notion that white people are actually being oppressed, and they need to stop this replacement and make their ancestors proud, create a... I know this seems a lot like...
Whoa, they're literally fucking heiling Hitler in the fucking video.
Not really good vibes here. Again, the same people like...
Hello, Richard. Have you seen this? This is one of the most unhinged things I've ever seen. I don't know if you can show it on stream, but look at this. Just look at it. Goddamn.
Graphic dispute over shoveling snow. I've already seen this video before, it's old. Yeah, the guy, yeah, I've seen that before. I think the guy ended up killing himself. Thanks for the donation, though. Holy big wow, and oh my god.
These posts, again, another sort of racist post. And this account...
Don't donate till I just thought I donated this already, but I guess not. You need to use Pika Labs to make a skit or something for a video. You know, you can use it to make fun of jihad or Palestine or meat eater hypocrisy or something. Interesting. I'll try that out later. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Where's the thing? There we are.
Okay, the sooner our species goes extinct, the better.
Yes, I suppose. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Over here, Pattern Recognizer, you can see that the name is kind of explanatory. The idea is that there are patterns, and you're cool if you recognize them. I'm talking about patterns like, oh, you know, Jewish people are only 2% of the population, but they control 50% of companies or something like that. You can go to this page and check out more stuff if you want, but for now I'm just going to go to the next one. Again, a post from Pattern Recognizer. There's a not.
Leo M. Donate Tellers, how do you believe the world would be right now if the Soviet Union never collapsed? I think there'd be probably a much more...
I'm not surprised that you've already seen it. I mean, I've seen way worse, but there's just something about it. The way that woman's husband ran off like a bitch and then watched her get shot in the face 2 times while he was moaning in the driveway.
Well, what's he supposed to do? He's getting shot at, so... You could either survive or have you both die. Thanks for that donation, though, Holy Big Wow. So, I don't think the rest of the world would really be too affected if the Soviet Union was still around. So, it would only have affected Russians. You'd likely have seen less crazy, wacko, insane poverty, especially around the 80s and 90s. But, I don't know, dude. Who fucking cares? Thanks for that donation, Leo.
Hello VG. I hope that you are doing great tonight. Check out this piece of shit white supremacists' idea for a solution for abortions, particularly for black females. Trigger warning for POC.
Let me take a look.
Congrats on the dual kick stream, this shit is amazing. I can just put you on a tiny window in the corner of my phone and watch my favorite porn while trying to fall asleep. Beautiful. Also, please link Streamlabs in the kick stream.
It should be in the description. Let me see. Do I have any fucking tools in the dual chat? Okay, apparently that only goes to YouTube somehow. Yeah, just look in the description. It should be in the description on Kick. For whatever reason, I don't know why it works this way, but Kick doesn't let me pin comments indefinitely. I don't know why. Pin message. How many people are watching? 14? Whatever. Sure, that'll increase over time. Lock. I don't know how long, but it'll stay up, but there you go. Thanks for that donation, Smalley Burgess. Dodo Night Teller's Religion of Peace gets what they deserve. Let me see. Holy shit. That is nuts. Well, that's good. Thanks, Dodo.
What's he supposed to do? He didn't even give running a second thought. They literally stood there while he dumped half the mag at them. Dude had no aim. They were both retarded. My instincts wouldn't be to run away from the bitch I'm in love with.
Okay, well, you say that, but you've never been shot at, have you? Thanks for that donation, Holy Big Wow. Have you even shot a gun, dude?
What's up, Richard? Fun little would you rather? Would you rather publicly apologize for something you didn't do, or sit in a restaurant 25 minutes past close?
I guess I'd rather sit in a restaurant for 25 minutes past closing. Thanks for that donation, Saxby.
Not a single line.
This is a conservative comedian, so you already know it's going to be bad, with his hot take on how to end abortion. And if you guessed we should own black people as slaves again, you win.
Funny response about abortion. When people are like, I'm like, yeah, I'm against abortion. And they're like, well, I mean, so what are all these black women supposed to do with their babies? And just be like, I'd buy them. You know, like, I'll put them to work. Is it better to kill them than let me buy them? Right? And that's a really funny debate when people just spiral, oh, slavery's so bad, it's so bad, we got to kill them all. Why is it, if like a black woman's going to have an abortion, why not just let me buy it? Right?
Well, that's a conservative comedian for you. Not funny and very racist.
Hello VG, is there any progress on that workout and diet program that you were considering creating?
Nope. No progress made. No guarantees that I'm going to do it, but thanks for that donation, Sanderbling.
Line in Mein Kampf where, you know, it's basically saying, oh wow, Hitler wasn't that bad of a guy, guys. The anti-Nazis were worse. So not only is this a sort of denial of injustices faced by Jewish people under Nazi Germany, but it's also kind of...
Seems like these content creators got your back with Paul's reaction.
Well, yeah, I've seen this. I've seen that one already. Rob LaFlamme.
Where is...
It's appropriate Paul's giggling like a schoolgirl here, especially since Dr. Itz took him to school with this meta-analysis of 41 controlled trials. But I'm here to take him to detention.
There's research in rats.
Paul, the man asked for research in humans, and the first thing you give him is a rat study. I think you failed to understand the assignment.
Comparing soybean extract, BPA, which is a xenoestrogen, 17-beta estradiol on the testicles, showing that soybean extract looks a lot like BPA and 17-beta estradiol in rats. That's not a good thing, and it decreases hormone level.
Paul. Big P. Can I call you Big P? You didn't read the study, did you? Because if you had scrolled down past the title a little bit, you would have found the sentence that the animals treated with soy had an increase in testosterone. Or if you wanted to just scroll through it quickly, you might have seen this table where the animals that were given soy had almost double the testosterone and very little estrogen. That's not feminizing. Quick note to any humans out there, you should not worry about the study. First of all, no, you're not mice. And secondly, it was on a specific combination of flavonoids in soy.
In human men, there's a study showing inverse association, meaning the more soy food intake there was, the lower the sperm concentration in the semen.
Quick note here, lower sperm count does not equal lower testosterone or feminization. Yes, we do see a slightly lower sperm count in people.
They didn't show lower sperm count, they showed lower sperm concentration, so this guy made a mistake. A lot of people make that mistake.
Who are vegetarians or vegans, but they still produce way more than enough, and that has no association with their testosterone levels.
There was a study done comparing soy protein to whey protein, looking at hormonal responses to lifting weights in men. After 14 days of supplementation with soy protein, there was a blunting of serum testosterone relative to whey protein. So
I'm growing a little concerned with you, Big P, because if we actually look at this, their testosterone didn't go down, it returned to baseline faster after exercise. That is an entirely different thing. This study does not show a reduction in total testosterone.
So I think that there is a pretty significant amount of evidence that soy is feminizing for men.
You showed one study in rats where the testosterone actually went up, one study on sperm count which didn't show anything about testosterone and estrogen, and one study where the testosterone was at baseline after exercise. I hate to tell you this, Big P, but I don't think you understood the assignment, and I'm gonna have...
Yeah, Paul's a fucking retard, so... Anyway, thanks for the Nation Duchy. I'm glad he's getting railed for that stupid video he made. Leo M. donated $2. Do you believe Brandon Carter would have beaten Kino Buddy in that fight they advertised years ago? I don't know. I don't know if Brandon Carter has any fighting experience. Just from watching him move, I don't think he'd be good at boxing. And I think I recall him doing one video where he was doing boxing and he was quite bad. Like, obviously, if he trained for a fight, he'd likely be better, but I'd put my money on Kino Buddy, personally. Thanks for the donation, Leo.
Hitler is sympathizing, so let's see who liked it. Alright, let's see. A 2 base for society, hamstring. Yeah. This post over here was brought to you by Muscle Christianity. Look at what they're saying here. Progressive Christians creating new ways to twist God's word to justify their degenerate lifestyle. I'm sure this is implying LGBT people. Again, here's another meme pretending like trans people are groomers and they're out to get your children or something like that. And some other interesting things here. Yeah, look at the people who liked it. Like Candido Training HQ, Leon.
Whoa! What the fuck? Johnny Candido fucking liked that? Dude, I didn't know Johnny Candido was such a piece of shit. Fuck that asshole.
Did you hear Dr. Phil is starting a new show soon and they hit Destiny up to possibly be a guest on the first episode? Destiny said this on stream, no troll.
No way. They should bring me on as a guest. I'm a way more fucking interesting guest for a Dr. Phil show. I don't know why the fuck they're bringing Destiny on. I'm like a fucking crazy vegan wacko psychopath. Like, why wouldn't they bring somebody like me on? Thanks for the donation, though, Darth Putin. Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see. Oh, what is this stupid shit that's not worth watching? Army scrambling to get back soldiers it kicked out over Biden's military vaccine mandate.
Well.
Thanks for the nation, Kid Boo.
On Gaines. I actually forgot who this was. Somehow I follow him. Esoteric Lifter memes. 2 base for society. Next post. Florida Christian school says...
Yeah, who else like that? So Johnny Candido is a literal piece of trash. What's insane to me is the amount of gay people that are into fitness is crazy. Like, maybe the only subgroup of people that are more into fitness might be black people, but like, if you're talking about minorities who are into fitness, gay people would be at the, like, pretty top of the fucking list. Gay dudes really care about how they fucking look, so... Like, you run a fucking fitness channel, and then you shit on gay people. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, Candido's a fucking idiot. I wonder what he thinks about black people.
I follow him. Esoteric Lifter memes. 2 base for society. Next post. Florida Christian school says students living gay or trans lifestyles will...
Who the hell is Johnny Candido?
He's a has-been fitness YouTuber who did powerlifting in the IPF. That's who Candido is, and he has like a weird, disgusting fucking rat face. So this is the fucking guy who hates gay people. Like, I don't know, maybe somebody assumed something about him in a shower or something. Like, he's this weird, awkward-looking fucking dork. And he's liking posts on Instagram saying gay and trans people are fucking degenerates. Yeah, what a creepy fucking weirdo, dude.
Will be asked to leave. We believe that God created mankind in his image, the Christian school in the Tampa area says. And now these guys are celebrating that, thinking they're Nasser al-Somebody and Jay Cutler and Ronnie Coleman and all those other bodybuilders, because apparently it's cool that they're, carrying out this mission of being against LGBT people or something like that. Anyway, again, not really good vibes. Pretty clearly anti-LGBT. We see Davin May Holmes and Wolf's Law over here. There we go. All right, next meme. Watch this page. You can see that there's this idea that you can be really cool that if you're not just Christian but also muscular. I guess it's like if you're just Christian, you're on the right side of history, but if you're muscular, then you're like the pinnacle of humankind or something. It's that type of belief, and I guess it's a sort of package that they're selling, and it makes sense, but it's really unfortunate. I mean, it makes sense in that like a lot of people would find it cool if they are Christian or muscular. They want to complete the package and be the perfect man according to these beliefs. Now, another post over here in the slippery slope. Basically, this is saying that if you let gay people get married, eventually they'll ask you to honor their requests on wedding cakes. And if you hate gay people, you shouldn't be allowed to do that if you're like a baker. And I think there was some case or something like that in Seattle or something where some guy refused a wedding cake for gay people. I think that's what this is referring to. And now it says respect our pronouns for trans people, and then now it says allow minors to dance for us in drag shows. So eventually this stuff gets towards the conspiracies and fear-mongering that these LGBT people are out for your kids, and it's just not a good look. Very clearly homophobic, transphobic, and same people liking these stuff. And I think, okay, let's look at this meme. Transphobe of the year, Matt Walsh.
It should have been me, not him!
I guess these guys really wish they were the transphobes of the year, but let's look at the list of people who liked this. We have Davin May Holmes, Yuri, I guess that's Croissantrophy. He's also another guy who makes memes and videos on YouTube here in the Noble Natty community. Wolf's Law
Fitness.
If you guys don't know who this is,
wow.
Well, this article is the one that was used in the meme. So this right-wing writer podcast raised his profile by spreading grotesque conspiracy theories about grooming and pedophilia in the LGBT community. There you go. Let's look at this one.
And billions and billions and billions.
So this is a reference to the idea that...
Whoa, my God. Centurion strength. Let me... That name sounds familiar. Okay, I don't know who this guy is, but the name sounds familiar for some reason, but like, Jesus Christ. The hatred against fucking trans people is crazy.
Billions must die. I'll show you what it is right here. The West has fallen, billions must die. This is basically a Thanos type mentality that there's a great replacement conspiracy theory. You see this right here? It claims that a global elite aims to replace the white population of Europe with non-European peoples. Just straight up racist stuff, not really cool. Now, I said we'll go back to Wolf's Law Fitness, so here we are now. So this post over here is all about using, a bunch of these numbers to make it seem like there's some crazy attempt by transgender people, or I guess gay people as well, that they're out for your children, they're going to take them from you, they're going to do all sorts of things, you know, typical fear mongering. And we see that he's also kind of a self-proclaimed anti-Semite. So if you guys don't know who Deadliest Lift is, he's a super strong guy. He does all sorts of cool lifts and also makes educational, informative content. You guys should definitely check him out. So at one point, I think sometime in March or something, he made a video or a comment on Alan Brawl's video, which talked about how it can be beneficial that there's no constraints if you never compete in any strength sports, because at that
Internet donate to liars has gotten stronger. Let me see. New bench PR. Yeah. He seems to be focusing more on strength as opposed to hypertrophy. But that's a pretty respectable lift for sure. I think he still has problems with his butt coming off the bench, but, you know, fairly respectable lift. Thanks for the donation, Natty or not.
At that point, you make up your own rules. And it's like a cool mindset to have if you've always been constrained by, say, powerlifting. And Deadliest Lift was basically agreeing with that in the comments. And then Joshua Elliott, a.k.a. Wolf's Law Fitness, he basically started making some... I mean, you can see it for yourself. Last name ends in Berg. That's an anti-Semitic saying. And then standards are arbitrary. And this is Talmudic slimy wordplay if I've ever seen it. So, again, the Talmud, I believe that's like a Jewish religious book, and, you know, straight up kind of disrespectful. And this guy, he said, I troll weak people. So I guess Deadliest Lift is supposed to be weak. Because he deadlifted 900 pounds or so multiple times, but whatever. So Joshua Elliott trolls weak people, and then they call him a Nazi.
How does YouTube
then
pick the people that get gifted a membership? Is it just random? By the way, Maui became way more orange today than he has in the past.
Wow, that's amazing. I don't know how the hell he could get even more orange. I think you have to accept gifted memberships. I don't know how you do it, but pretty sure it's not just random. Thanks for the donation, though, Thee Than Thou.
Then he gains more followers, and then he gets bored. So he's not even denying any, you know, accusations of being called a Nazi or something, and I guess he's cool with it, you know. Let's look at some more posts from him. This is something that
oh my
both
God.
Hamstring Poppy and Wolf's Law Fitness like. I mean, both of these guys usually like the same stuff. I guess they're kind of tight. You can even see that in some of the comments.
Diversity isn't your strength. It lowers your wages, marginalizes your culture, increases your crime. Holy fuck.
Some posts from each other.
This is literally white supremacist horseshit.
Some of the interesting things, though, is that I thought both of those guys, Hamstring Poppy and Joshua Elliott, I mean, when we take a look at them, I just want to show you over here. I mean, this guy, if you clearly look at, that's him over here. If you look at this guy, you know, his face, facial features, if you look at him, I mean, I thought both of these guys were Mexican, man. So it was kind of funny that I saw them saying, oh, you know, black and Hispanic guys. So
There are a ton of Hispanics that are Nazis. A ton. Blaha's Greek yogurt donated $3. Let me see.
Person out and associating with him in a professional manner. You know what? Fuck you. Alan, fuck you. You don't have any honor. You have no integrity. You're associating with this. You are a piece of shit. You are shouting this person out and associating with him in a professional manner.
Blaha is a literal Nazi. He has talked about how he was in favor of bombing the entire Middle East, killing all Saudi Arabian nationals in the US, even if they've never committed a crime or anything, just executing them. He wants to literally commit a holocaust of all Middle Eastern people. It's like just openly stated that. What else? What other crazy shit did he say? Basically anybody who disagrees with his political views, like anybody who wants to ban guns, they should be executed. Oh yeah. He also said that he wants to either enslave or kill Mexicans that are crossing the border. Oh yeah, he also wanted to basically practice eugenics and let African populations die out and not give them things like vaccines, any kind of foreign aid, because they're useless to humanity. This is Blaha. And then he's calling out Alan Thrall for associating with some racist people. Like, Blaha is one of the most racist people I've ever fucking come across.
So-and-so. But yeah, another post from Two Based for Society. Let's see who liked this. Sean Noriega, Bull's Law, Two Based. Okay. Why don't you want to tackle white supremacy? And this guy's like, hey, your last name was on a slave ship. Basically, this is saying that all the slavery that happened in the 18th century was...
Whoa, saying it's Jews' fault. Jesus.
Like a result of Jewish people, because apparently it was only Jews that were, doing this thing. You can go to the comments and see all the vile things that they're saying. And so now I want to talk about self-power powerlifting memes. So this guy is one of the bigger meme creators in the space, and it's kind of a shame that he's kind of besties with Wolf's Law Fitness. If you go to his store, you can see that he still is selling his buddy Wolf's Law Fitness apparel or stuff with his logo. If you go to something like unisex men's t-shirts, it's one of the older designs, so I think it was on page 7 or something. Oh, there we go. Wolf's Law. See, that's the Wolf's Law logo, right? I had it pulled up somewhere here. See, that's the Wolf's Law logo. Or, I think he rebranded himself. Pretty sure somewhere here he still has it. T-shirts. Well, anyway, I mean, it's pretty clear that it's the same guy. The logo, I guess, changed a little, but yeah. If you go to some of Subpor's posts, you'll see that in some of the older ones, especially, he gets Wolf's Law Fitness gets pinned or gets likes from the author and stuff like that. These guys are just basically friends, and it's like no one even acknowledges this thing. And yeah, so there's like a bunch of different designs and stuff like that. But yeah, not really.
$2. Let me see. A dog clearly likes him better. Yeah, I'd call that poetic justice. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Really cool look for Subpar to be associated with this person. Now, I found this thing as well from this account, Right Wingism Appalachia. It's saying Virgin Uvalde Police versus Chad Nashville Police. You know, apparently these guys in Texas, they didn't do anything during the school shooting, and these guys did. And apparently it's because these guys in Uvalde were actually Mexicans, and these guys were whites, because apparently tacos are lazy. And, you know, typical racist comments saying, oh, Mexicans, tacos, wow. You know, and this guy's like, TF. And this guy's like, did I stutter or something? And then he says some, I don't even know what this means. I think it's some caricature of how Mexicans talk or something like that. And this guy says Mexicans use up trillions in welfare each year. I mean, I don't know, man. The average guy, when he looks at this guy or this guy, it's just, I mean, they look Mexican, so I don't even know why they're, but I don't know. It's funny. Just funny. So, yeah, as you can see, there's some interesting things that our community of people find interesting. You know. But, again, I'm just showing you what I see. I'm not throwing any accusations or anything. That comes later, I promise.
Oh,
So
here we
now
go.
I'll talk
Natural
about
hypertrophy.
some other people in this community who have some contributions, I believe, to some problematic trends. What I see as problematic trends. So let's talk about natural hypertrophy. So I'll just say first that this guy, I have tremendous respect for him. He, me, and Jeffrey Verdi Schofield, all of us, we actually started our YouTube channels around the same times, like early 2020, and we've all supported each other. And I think he's done a great service for the natural lifting community. But there are some things that I find problematic. One of the things is some of his community posts. Okay. It says, kick the fitness merchants out of the Temple of Iron, right? Notice the word merchants, okay? And then Temple of Iron. This is like a reference to Jewish people. Well, we'll talk about that later, okay? It says...
that is weird.
It's funny because there are quite a few merchants. Look at the capital M. Spreading misinformation in YouTube fitness. You could say I'm noticing a pattern. Oy vey, you're not allowed to recognize things. So remember the pattern on
wow.
The word pattern, how you're recognizing patterns makes you cool because you notice that supposedly Jewish people are taking over or something. And oy vey, you see that? Look at what it means. It's a Yiddish phrase expressing dismay or exasperation. So clearly anti-Semitic dog whistles over there. It says, the fitness merchants cry out in pain as they strike the Temple of Iron. It says based. I think this means who or something, so... look at this guy, Atlas Power Shrugged. Cool it with the anti-monetization of fitness remarks. If you don't know who Atlas Power Shrug is, he's kind of like Deadliest Lift, super strong guy, has a lot of great content on his page. But, you know, he's making comments like this again. If you don't know what this is a reference to, there's a movie called American Psycho, which is based on a book. There's a quote called, cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks. So here, basically what he did was replace the word Semitic with monetization. So it's almost like it's a reference that Jewish people are literally monetization, because there's that stereotype or racist belief that, you know, Jewish people are out there to conquer the world and make a lot of money.
May you define fascism? It's used willy-nilly nowadays. Not saying these talks aren't adjacent. Also, look at this.
What do you mean define fascism? I'm just using the generally accepted fucking definition of fascism. Look at this. What is this?
Be on conference.
I don't fucking care, dude. Thanks for the donation.
Or something like that. So, I mean, it could just be a coincidence or something, but when you have all these dog whistles everywhere, it's kind of, you know, it's kind of concerning. Shut it down, Anti-Dedication League. So this is a reference to the Anti-Defamation League.
This guy, at the very least, you can fucking say he's not doing an adequate job in policing his own community. Like, if I saw people in my comment section or on my community posts making anti-Semitic remarks like this, they'd be fucking banned. But this guy is just letting this stay up. So I think that says something about natural hypertrophy. He's probably anti-Semitic.
Which is something that was created against anti-Semitism. So it's supposed to raise awareness against basically this type of stuff that goes on here, I guess. And this, look at the likes of the number of likes there here. And it's just crazy, man. It says, kick merchants, I'm in. Oh, wow, this is an outrage. It says, amen, get the whip. I mean, it's very... I think it means like these ones are, oh, wow, it's definitely them. I think it's a reference to Jewish people. Again, it's crazy, dangerously based. I think there was a comment that says that this comment section... Okay, no, that was a different post. But basically, you see that there's a bunch of crazy stuff that's in the form of dog whistles over here. And this stuff is just unchecked. And natural hypertrophy himself is using language like kick the merchants out of the Temple of Iron. Kick the merchants out meaning. So like this is like something that
Now you're not donating $2. His sister is thick as fuck. Let me take a look. Oh, this is, what's his name? Sister Omar Obalar. She's alright, like, not really my type. Yeah, she's just not my type. Thanks for the donation, though. Natty or not.
That's Jesus expelling the merchants. It almost seems like some pro-Christian nationalist or anti-Semitic kind of dog whistles here. And this is not like the only thing. Here's another post I wanted to talk about. I'm recording this after I recorded the rest of this video, so yeah. This one says, Natural Pride Worldwide. So this is a possible reference to the saying White Pride Worldwide, which is a Stormfront thing, and it's a white supremacist.
Yeah, the similarities between some of these racist phrases is really weird. Like, I think what kind of proves this idea that he's racist is he does nothing to police the racist shit in his comment section.
Dog whistle, possibly. But, you know, maybe natural hypertrophy spent a lot of time in 4chan and he saw the WPWW thing a lot and maybe he thought it was a funny play on words, so he said Natty Pride Worldwide. And then there's this thing that says the DYEL fears the samurai. And then it's like a reference to the saying that the Jew fears the samurai, and that's a 4chan thing again. It's used in an anti-Semitic light, particularly on 4chan's poll board. So again, a possible anti-Semitic dog whistle. But again, you know, it could just be a coincidence, but you know, there's just a lot of things that are just really concerning here. And if you go to the comments, kind of like the Atlas Power Stroke thing, it says Oy Bay, you know, which is a similar thing to Oy Vey, that Yiddish expression. Cool it with the anti-DYEL-etic remarks. So, similar to Atlas making that substitution for Semitic and DYEL, because in this case, the DYEL is replacing the word Jews. So, again, a lot of things to be concerned about. There's this one meme that supposedly somebody made about natural hypertrophy saying that he's a chud, which basically means that he is, you know, here it says simple but practical haircut, wrinkles, determined stare, glasses to aid in reading philosophical text, full lips. But a chud is basically someone who, you know, there's a description here. Yeah, this is the type of guy who you'd see. I'll take a triple Catholic deluxe who can cook, 4x4, trad style, no older than 23, whites only, no degree, unvaxxed, and still a virgin. So, you know, it's that type of thing. Derogatory.
Dodo donate $2.
To answer the question, yes, you would have. For me to answer the question, I have to be very professional, Pierce. For me to sit on the outside in Romania with no personal involvement in Israel-Palestine, it's easy for me to say, yes, it was an act of terror. However, if I was in Gaza, if I was in an open-air prison, if my family had been annihilated by bombs from the sky, if everybody I knew had suffered the loss of a loved one.
Don't care.
You remember when we had the photo of the black hole from a distant galaxy, and it was banner headlines, first photo ever of a black hole, and it was an astounding engineering achievement to accomplish that. It was multiple telescopes all around the world pooling the data to get it right, and it was one of the greatest collaborative efforts we've ever undertaken in my field of astrophysics. Everybody was loving the results. So all I tweeted was, scientists report first photo of a black hole, public. Ooh. You remember when
I don't know why you're sending
Thor
me
movie,
this shit.
how much does that hammer weigh? And I heard a sentence in the movie. They say, hammer forged in the heart of a dying star. I'm an astrophysicist. I got this. I filled out the density. It has the weight of a herd of 300 million elephants. That's why nobody could pick it up. The Hulk couldn't pick it up. You need the magical powers of Thor to do it. Thor movie, how much does that hammer weigh?
Okay.
This horizon problem is actually quite simple. When you're a ship at sea and you look out, your horizon in every direction.
Yeah, sure, flat Earth stuff.
Why can't we take the salt out of the water?
You can, it just takes energy. You can do it.
But why isn't that being done on
You can, you have to
scale?
ask who's paying for the energy? Where are you getting the energy from? It's an energy thing.
But I would think that would be very valuable. I mean, think about how many people buy
It's not
bottles of
valuable
water.
enough yet. That's the point.
Well, is it that
It's pure.
or is it
It's just money. Dude, it's just money. You can ask, what does it cost to ship a half pint of water from Fiji? Whatever the hell is the square bottle that you buy in a Fiji water? Is it Fiji, right?
Yeah.
Fiji water. What does it cost to bottle that in Fiji, ship it here, relative to desalinating the ocean? It's cheaper to ship a pint to Fiji. There'll be a day when that's not the case. And future wars are going to be fought over who has access to fresh water.
Okay.
What does it mean to be dead? It used to be, did you fog a mirror that was held up in front of you while you were laying there on your bed? And if you didn't fog the mirror, you were judged to be dead. They would put you in a coffin, it is told. There's a string that they put into the coffin as they buried you, and they put it over a tree branch and connect it to a bell. If you woke up, you would pull the string, come rescue me because you buried a living person. That's where you get the term dead ringer. Then it was, you're dead because your heart stops. Well, we know why a heart beats. It's electrochemical. So you do pa-chung, the heart beats again. We got that one. Well, is it when you're brain dead? Well, you can be brain dead, but your heart is still beating. And we can keep you alive. Are you dead yet? No. Okay, I can tell you this, that if you're dead long enough so that your brain is deprived oxygen, and then we bring you back, you're not talking about seeing any lights because you're brain dead. What does it mean to be dead? It used to
Okay, thanks for that, Dodo. Alan Thrall donated $2. Please react to the full vid. Hercevic, once again, being caught being hypocritical. This is the same guy that hates gays and trans.
Yeah, the Gym to Fascism pipeline is very interesting.
If I am straight, but I say that my ass hurts, is it gay? Is it gay? Is it gay?
Yeah,
But what about the homoerotic to fascism modeling pipeline? Have you considered that one? Who and what do we have here? Hersoviak? Ancestral muscle? That sounds interesting, does it not? Couple of lightning bolts there for the elven white boys to appreciate.
some white supremacists, particularly racist Odinists, have appropriated the Velknot to use as a racist symbol. There are many other ways to show it. I think the average Norwegian would be more likely to recognize a tattoo of something resembling the Mjegurasmer or Sleipnir, or other literal images of Norse mythology than the Valknut. Okay. So he might have tattooed this as a racist symbol.
Couple of SS runes getting thrown around.
Well, yeah, that is, what the fuck?
Thrown around, you know? Yeah, you gotta protect.
Yeah, there's the Black Sun.
That bloodline, don't you? Oh, and we've seen this one before. Yeah, dude, you tell those wimps, bro. You're the strong, proud Nazi. Aren't you cool? Yeah, and these people try to appeal to the anti-vaxxers. They try to appeal to the Trumpers. They...
Holy shit. This guy is insanely racist. Yeah, this guy is literally saying the Nazi symbol gives him power. What the fuck?
Vaxxers, they try to appeal to the Trumpers. They really try it all, man. But I think we all see what this shit is really about. Now, Hersoviak recently pulled his affiliate link, but don't you worry, boys, we've got you all covered. Remember, the best clothing line for those proud European descendants, right? Come on, man, this shit was out in the open. Alan Thrall, I want to believe you're better than this. You're gonna defend this man? Are you really gonna continue to shout this guy out? Now again.
Wow, Alan Thrall's shouting out this fucking piece of shit.
And when you come across the sun wheel here, no benefit of the doubt. Realize that this symbol began with Nazism. This symbol was Nazi occultism. It had no religious or historical context predating that. These are Nazi symbols. These are the kind of things that are present in the manifestos of white nationalist shooters. It's scribbled on their guns. Do we have to paint a clearer picture here? Alan Thrall.
Yeah, wow. Makes you wonder about Alan Thrall, if he agrees with some of this shit. Like, why else would you defend a Nazi, you know? If I had, even if I had a very close friend who was doing this shit, I'd, disavow them, obviously. Why would I want to be friends with a Nazi? Yeah, that's seriously fucked.
It's always slang, person who holds regressive or bigoted views.
Ben donated $2. Did you see this one? Carnus throws a fit after being educated on his unethical choices.
Yeah, we're showing
No, yo tengo que trabajar para el Real.
Ponte a ver el documental. What do you mean?
What are you doing?
Are you against animal abuse?
Yes, I'm vegan.
You are?
vegan? Yes.
We are too.
First of all, I love
Sue suck a dick or something. Sue suck a dick or something. I mean I know how to suck mean dick, licking sucking flipping chopping cropping the bread nor mean. I mean jail ain't sale but you know jail made me bail Sue suck a dick Sue.
Thank you for that, Andrew. Appreciate it. Thanks for the donation too, dude.
Have you seen that before?
I don't want to see it.
But you've seen it before.
I don't want to see it. It's just horrific.
Is he vegan too? He's vegan?
Tim donated $2. Please debunk these retards.
This is why I'm drinking pet food at Sprouts in Texas. This is not pet food. This is raw kefir. This is fermented raw milk made at Raw Farm in California. I've been to this farm and seen how this is.
I don't even know how this is illegal. So again, I've said this before. Cows can get tuberculosis and pass it to humans. So the reason why we pasteurize cow's milk is to prevent tuberculosis infections. If you get tuberculosis from a cow, it can be deadly. And if it's not deadly, it can be extremely debilitating. It's a horrific, painful, debilitating disease.
But here's the catch. Direct sales of raw milk, of raw dairy, are illegal in 37 states, like
Yeah, that's because it's dangerous as fuck.
Texas. This to me is a travesty when we know that raw dairy products improve eczema, allergy.
They do not.
And asthma.
There's no evidence they improve asthma.
Something that kills 13 kids a day, but consumers can't directly buy raw dairy in the majority of the states in the United States when things like cigarettes, processed food.
Cigarettes and processed food don't transmit tuberculosis.
Seed oils, French fries, garbage foods.
Yeah, they don't transmit tuberculosis.
They're legal, but raw food isn't. So sometimes you gotta drink pet food. I'm gonna do it.
Dumbass. Hope he gets tuberculosis and dies. That'd be hilarious if he gets tuberculosis from raw dairy. I'd love to see that. Do lobsters feel pain when boiled alive?
Lobsters feel pain when they are being boiled alive. Lobsters are boiled alive for two main reasons. First, when cooked alive, there is reduced risk with food poisoning such as bacteria, which starts growing quickly once dead. And second,
no, there isn't. That is not why they're boiled alive.
the meat is tastier, looks healthier, and offers
That's not true.
more eye appeal once freshly cooked.
No.
In 2021, a British study concluded that lobsters feel intense pain and remain alive in boiling water for 2 to 3 minutes. Lobsters not
They probably don't remain alive for 2 to 3 minutes. They probably die much faster than that, but they can't go into shock. So any pain they feel, they're gonna keep feeling that pain until they're dead.
only try to avoid stressful situations by trying to move away, but decapods such as lobsters, prawns, crayfish, and crab actively try to soothe or rub injuries or wounded parts of their body. However, there is conflicting information on this topic. The main argument that lobsters don't feel pain is because their nervous system is completely different than humans and have a completely different brain anatomy. That being said,
Well, they technically don't have a brain, they have clusters of nerve ganglia. But again, most experts, based on the propensity of evidence, suggest that lobsters feel pain.
The following clip on raw milk was removed from YouTube, but it's so important and so helpful.
If you think about
So we've already seen that clip, and there's no point in talking about it because we already talked about raw milk.
Why does he support the Holocaust?
Why do you support this?
Come talk to us.
Why do you support an animal Holocaust, bro?
Honestly, I can't handle the.
You're vegan too?
No, but I don't support industry farming like this. No.
You so
that was
murdering Holocaust?
We do, so we cannot.
What are you mad about?
So the lion has options.
Why murder beings like that?
This is what I'm telling you. Yeah. I've made the progress from eating all meat to like lowering.
That's horrible, bro.
I am doing the work.
Horrible. You gotta quit
stop
turkey.
now, not.
Yeah, you're right. If I was smoking cigarettes all my life, you can't tell me to go stop smoking cigarettes tomorrow.
So here's the thing.
But I'm seeing from the outside.
Why are you not vegan
We're
yet?
all needed, but I see.
No approach has working on you then.
I told you I'm working towards it.
Yeah, you were saying?
How has?
I'm gonna ask you something really
stop
serious.
eating all
I'm gonna ask you something really seriously, man. If you were the victims, if you were those animals about to be holocausted, would you want people on the streets to be?
I don't know if Holocaust.
Right? That's not even.
I'm also I live in Tel Aviv most of the time, and we're.
Do you know the definition of Holocaust?
I actually have my.
What's the dictionary definition of Holocaust?
You see, you can't.
It's slaughter on a mass scale. Holocaust means slaughter on a mass scale. Yeah. If you Google.
No, because everyone's saying that they're like a Holocaust expert.
It's the animal Holocaust.
If you Google Holocaust definition is slaughter on a mass scale.
No.
But I was asking him if he was the victim, would you want people in the streets
to be like, hey, stop hurting this man, like.
Yeah, passionately fighting for your rights, or would you want like people? You can do whatever you want. I'll present you this information.
Maybe don't be some.
I'm gonna give you guys advice. Maybe have a bad cop and have a good cop. You know?
Actually, we've done that before.
This guy is dodging.
Because I feel it so.
You know why?
I just want an answer to the question.
Convincing people is a lot of hard work. It's not easy.
But imagine they're
psychology is complicated stuff. We don't know what works better to create social change. We don't know what works better to create social change. But I just want to know the answer. If you were those animals about to be holocausted, would you want people passionately fighting for your rights, or would you want pussies out there?
We need to institute the.
I have seen it, but when they do see it, it's even worse than.
Why don't you say to me, thanks for listening.
Okay, well that guy's just a fucking Karen. Whatever. Thanks for the donation, Ben. He did a good job.
It's the fact that he's letting this.
Are you going to react to the Piers Morgan debate?
Yes, after we react to this. Thanks for the donation, Pika.
Language just be used. I mean, I know he's kind of grown up with 4chan. A lot of people grow up there. There's a specific type of humor, but it's just when you are using this language, all these things are there. This guy says, it was me, croissantrophy. When you're using all these references, it kind of invites people to actually check that stuff out and potentially fall down that rabbit hole and go into 4chan. Because, 4chan is where a bunch of degeneracy occurs. I think that's where like school shooters are born. That's where racism, like the worst vile kind of racism, is created. It's not really a good place, and I think it's just like steroids. I think if you want to talk about being open with steroids, you have to really condemn it at the same time. You can't just say, "Oh, I use steroids, so I'm better than the fake natties." Same thing here. I think if you want to use these things, you have to be condemning of all the stuff that these references and communities entail. But it's not really happening. I know you can't like delete all these comments that are, you know, super racist or anti-Semitic or something, but something has to be done, you know. And then there's this post over here that says, supposedly gym bros are more likely to be right-wing assholes. And then Natural Hypertrophy says, the face when doing push-ups makes you a Nazi. So at face value, this is not problematic at all. But I mean, considering the other post, and you have to recognize that this could possibly send the wrong message. So on the flip side, let's just say I'm a communist.
The claim isn't that exercising makes you a Nazi. The claim is people who exercise a lot, gym bros, are more likely to be Nazis than some other subgroup. I don't know why that is, but yeah, that seems to be the case.
Communist, okay. Suppose I'm a communist, hypothetically speaking, and there was this post that said gym bros are more likely to be left-wing assholes. Science confirms. And I make a post saying the face when doing pull-ups makes me a communist. If you're a fellow communist, then you would look at my post and say, wow, I guess he's saying this because he's a communist himself, and it's almost like a cry for joining him. You know, I'm not saying that that's what Natural Hypertrophy is doing, but like the average person who is super into the hateful communities on 4chan and Reddit or something like that, when they find these places, these posts, and they find these this type of language, they might see it as an invitation. They might think, oh, he's on my side, you know? Yeah, it's just, as content creators, I think it's incredibly important that we're aware of the language we're using and the stuff that, you know, kids on a platform can get sucked into. So, yeah, I think that was mostly it for Natural Hypertrophy. You know, I think he's a good guy. I think he's, you know, well-meaning, but some of his stuff is just
I don't know about that. Okay, like, dude, when he makes community posts and he only gets, you know, like 10, 20, 30 comments on a community post, and like at least half of them are blatantly anti-Semitic, and he does nothing to police his community, he's probably an anti-Semite. Like it's either that, or he doesn't do any moderation out of some sort of like bizarre principle he has, or he doesn't bother looking at comments, which is kind of strange for somebody who fucking makes community posts.
Potentially problematic, you know? Here's some other things. So this is a account that he follows, actually. So if you go to his Instagram, does he have an Instagram linked here? No, he doesn't. I guess I have to search it up here. Natural Hypertrophy. So this is his Instagram page, and over here you can see in his list of following, there's this account called RuneScape Friend. And if you like go to some of these pages, they're like some of these posts. It's like you know, very clearly not cool, you know, and it's just
what the fuck?
Not a good look. Now, this is the Two Base for Society page again. If you look at this post in general, you know, you know, this is saying that, wow, she's, you know, messing with her count, you know, as if men didn't have to worry about her body count, now men have to worry about her species count, you know, like Davin Bay Holmes. What else? When I go back in time to stop the 9/11 hijackers and the tower still collapsed anyway. Not really sure what that means. What else do we got here? So if you go to
9/11 truthers are seriously fucking cringe. I had a friend who was a 9/11 truther, and I stopped being friends with him, and it was for other reasons than the 9/11 truthism and shit, but they're fucking retarded.
Go to these pages and just, you know, use your internet skills and find similar kind of pages. You'll see that people over here just, you know, they're liking a lot of these things, and it's not too hard to find similar evidence of this stuff. Now,
what's going on? What's this meowing? Come on. Get some pets. Q donate $2, please God, these idiots.
There was one question that you answered a little while ago. It's a little bit out of your wheelhouse, but just wanted to bring.
I've already seen this clip before. It's 2 years old.
So obviously there are a billion people living in China, a billion people living in India, and those folks are going to eat what those folks are going to eat. Those of us in Europe or the United States, which is largely where our audience is, let's say they reduce their meat consumption heavily, but that meat consumption is not reduced in places like China or India. In fact, in many places in the world, meat consumption is growing as prosperity grows. So I'm actually warm toward your recommendation because I love the idea of individuals taking on things themselves as opposed to having it crammed down from the top. But I do wonder at the collective action problem that's sort of inherent here.
So India is the most vegetarian country in the world.
Right.
China recently created an initiative to reduce meat consumption by half by 2030. It's incredible. Are they going to achieve it? No. But what an incredible for environmental reasons. That was why they did it. And we have like American celebrities over there doing commercials, doing public service announcements to encourage the Chinese public to think about meat differently. Now the question is like, think about it how differently? Think about it in some sort of futuristic, I'm going to be drinking Soylent and like eating little pills for dinner? No. To think about it like their parents thought about it. And that's what we need to do here. This is conservative eating. It's not radical eating. We eat in America now 180 times as much chicken per person as we did a century ago. We eat the equivalent of every citizen in the world in the year 1700, eating 900 pounds of beef and 1,200 gallons of milk every day. Obviously, a lot of that is because of the population explosion, but a lot of it is because of the meat explosion. What are we getting for this? You know, it used to be the case like our parents, when they would eat chicken, it would be roasted. They would buy it probably.
Ben Shapiro's been pretty sympathetic to veganism for a while. I don't know why he hasn't just gone vegan yet, though.
From somebody they knew. The techniques for raising the chicken would have resembled nature's cycles, you know, animals living outside, animals that did not need antibiotics, animals that did not have to be slaughtered after 30 days lest their body weight crush their bones, which is the case now. Eating animals that are capable of sexual reproduction. Every turkey you've ever eaten in your life was incapable of sexual reproduction. So does that sound conservative? Is that what we think of when we conjure the mental image of a farm? Or does that sound like something that's being forced on us, however subtly? 20% of meals in America are now eaten in cars. You know, if we're eating all this chicken, it's not because somebody's roasting it in the oven every night and we're eating it at a table that's set with plates and silverware and the place where families transmit values and tell stories. We're eating McNuggets. So what we need is not to do something that feels weird. We need to do something that feels good.
Ben Shapiro's cousin was the girl who played Matilda. I didn't know that. That's hilarious. I love that movie. Matilda was great.
We need to do something that resembles the kind of eating that our parents and grandparents did, where meat was not, a meal was not a slab of meat that covered 60% of a plate. It included all kinds of other things, and there was some amount of meat. And I think we can do that. I don't think it's a pipe dream. If you were to ask me, what are the odds that half of Americans or half of Europeans or half of Chinese are going to be vegetarians in 10 years? I would say 0. What are the odds that half of the meals eaten in America and in Europe and in China are vegetarian in 10 years? I would say, I think that could happen. I don't know if it's likely, but I think it could happen. And for me, the best way of moving into that thought experiment and to moving in, hopefully, into a kind of optimism about it and an empowerment is to engage it on a person-by-person basis. So like I'm sitting across from you, right? You've acknowledged that climate change is happening because of human activities. You've acknowledged that
on an honest.
All these fitness YouTubers are like groiper sleeper cells waiting for Nick Fuentes to say the 14 words to activate them and shoot up grocery stores. WTF. There's this trend of pretty women thirst trapping to gain followers, then begin simping for Russia.
I haven't noticed that, but I don't follow any like female streamers or practically any female influencers just in general. The only 2 women that I recall being subbed to on YouTube is a girl who's a mechanic who does car repair videos, and Naturally Stephanie. That's it. Who's the vegan fitness vlogger. So I haven't noticed that trend, but that is pretty cringe. Thanks for the donation, Darth Putin.
It's kinda funny how meat-tards make vegans out to be terrible people, but if we were actually as bad as they claim, we would have them all executed/imprisoned to save the animals they are killing. They should be glad we are more compassionate than them.
Oh, I'd do that. If people refuse to go vegan, if I had the power to, I'd execute them. Why would we have any interest in letting them live? Thanks for the donation, though, Ben.
Level, if it's not at too much cost to me in my personal life, then I'm willing to do it. And that's one of the things that I actually do enjoy about the book, is that you actually talk about your own struggles with the, you know, I'm a crusader, I'm a visionary, I'm going to do this, and then tomorrow you're eating kind of what you want. I hope you enjoy.
Yeah, that is interesting for sure.
Is it wrong to say it's democracy versus communism? We can't let Ukraine, Taiwan and fall.
What is this?
I see
Okay, I'm not watching that. What's going on in Ukraine has nothing to do with communism, so I don't know what you're talking about. Thanks for that donation, though. The One Piece is real.
What?
That's old. Already seen that.
7 reasons why Chinese are the most undesirable tourists. For the fact that the Chinese government had just issued a new law against unruly behavior while traveling, there's got to be something that can be done. Last month, New York Times even listed China tourists as the most undesirable tourists. Now, let's see what they did wrong. Stand in line? Yeah, right. There's no such thing in their dictionaries. For them, they think they are entitled to touch everything they want, even priceless artifacts. I'm rich, I can do whatever I want, with no regards to other people's feelings. They can't bear to lose, even on the subway.
Mainland Chinese tourists are just horrible. I've seen, because again, a lot of these people grow up in areas where there's no toilets. You can find some of these people literally shitting on the street out in the open. It's bizarre. But yeah, Chinese tourists are the worst. Praise Jesus, is it rude if I do this in my grocery store?
If you could sit down with Jesus for 5 minutes, what would you say to him?
Good night.
He wants us to put our... If you could sit down with Jesus for 5 minutes, what would you say to him?
What I'd say to him and not to you.
If you could sit down with Jesus for 5 minutes, what would you say to him?
I'm already saved. Thank you, babe.
Oh,
please, just stop. I have no clue.
Drawing blanks. If you could sit down with Jesus for 5 minutes, what would you say to him?
Thank you.
How about you?
I don't even know. I'm so tired. I don't know. I need some time to think about that.
If you could sit down with Jesus for 5 minutes...
We just did. We just came from church.
Are you saved and born again? Are you on your way to heaven?
Oh, yes, of course we are. Practicing Christians. We listen to K-Love all day long at home, so we're good to go.
If you could...
Even Christians don't like that dipshit. He's just a fucking douchebag.
I do not want this on record.
A substitute teacher in Texas was caught on video allegedly encouraging middle school students to fight in their classroom. Nearly 10 minutes of video recorded by a student shows 2 fights. The teacher starts by warning kids not to film with their phones.
I'm gonna take it away, and I'll send it to the office, and then you'll pay for it.
She tells one student to stay on guard.
Stand by that door and hold it in case somebody comes in.
And tells another to put 30 seconds on the clock.
30 seconds. When starts the clock, that's when it goes.
After the first 2 students fight, classmates say that at least one of them is bleeding.
Is he really?
The substitute responds by hushing the class and saying,
Can't play again if you're talking.
the substitute, who hasn't been named, was fired last week, and the district sent the matter to police.
That is bizarre. That is not a good teacher.
To get asylum seekers out of the cold and into shelters.
One group has filed a lawsuit
for abilities as who and
Yeah, whatever. I don't know why you people are sending me some of this shit.
You listen to the Sam Harris Peter Singer discussion about animal ethics that's dropped today? Here's an interesting snippet from it where Sam employs a heuristic to value humans over animals. Start at 25:53.
I did not see this, and there's two reasons why. I think Sam Harris has some of the dumbest opinions on animal ethics fucking ever, especially for a guy who fucking who claims he's a moral philosopher. And Peter Singer isn't vegan and he's a fucking moron. This is the guy who's being banned from speaking at a number of public places because he was encouraging people to kill their children.
Justifiable. One question, Peter, have you ever spent much time firing guns or working with firearms in capacity?
I have not, no.
Okay.
This is a bit of an American obsession, I think, and I did not grow up in the United States.
So then I'll just briefly educate you. So when you're working with firearms, there is a dogma that one is wise to always observe, which is to treat a gun as though it is always loaded, right? And even if if you're handing me a gun, you will check to see that it's loaded, and you'll check in a way that is quite redundant. I mean, it really is a kind of an acquired obsessive compulsive disorder. I mean, you'll look into the chamber, and you'll look to see that there's no magazine in it, and then you look into the chamber again, and then you'll look to see that there's no magazine in it, and you might even do that a third time before handing me the gun. And even if I have just watched you do that, I too will check to ensure that the gun isn't loaded. And even once it's been established that it's not loaded, I will still treat it as though it is loaded, which is to say I won't randomly point it in your direction or in the direction of any living being that I wouldn't want to put at risk, right? So that kind of discipline is the only thing that ensures that as you spend more and more time around guns, the probability that you are going to get killed or injured by them inadvertently or kill and injure somebody else isn't going to increase intolerably over the months and years. But it is in fact true that when, if you have just handed me a gun, which I've watched you check to see whether or not it's loaded, and I've checked it once and I've checked it twice, it's not true that I actually believe the gun might still be loaded. I know it's not loaded. I've seen you check it. I've checked it once. And now when I'm checking it again, I'm engaged in a kind of religious ritual, right? And yet it is a truly wise one that has consequences in the real world. And to not observe this kind of redundancy, has obviously negative consequences. And every negligent discharge of a firearm that results in the injury or death of some innocent person is always the result of a failure to practice this kind of obsessive attention to this sort of detail. So this analogy occurred to me in defense of something like speciesism with respect to people. And so it's the valuing of a life that we know is not actually valuable in the case of a human being is a kind of bulwark, an attitudinal bulwark against some of just the most obscene departures.
Why did you send me this? Oh my god, do you just want the fucking stream to be boring?
Check out this new 2023 systematic review that found that our findings indicate that most fail to increase total testosterone. Another nail in the coffin for scam artist supplement companies fucking PPA?
Well, we didn't need research to confirm this, no shit, but thanks for the donation, bend over. Kill pit bulls, donate $2. Are
pit bulls actually dangerous animals? During a 13-year period between...
Don't care.
From 2005.
Don't care.
Like pit bulls? They're the best.
Don't care. Thanks for that donation, dude.
Next thing, okay, yeah. I mean, more of the same stuff. Did we already talk about this? Yeah, we did. You gotta recognize some of these dog whistles and things like that, because there's this guy named Oscar's Wider here. He has similar content to all these guys. He's like, when the CIA tells UO to take a rest day, and UO give them that F-bed schizo stare. Look at that. UO, like, why UO? It's like, it's a reference to some anti-Semitic stuff, so... yeah. This video was roughly, it was associated with Holocaust denial, and you get the idea. Another post from this guy, Oscar Spider, is this Chud meme over here. We've already talked about what that means. And now there's this one that says, look at this guy, basically strangling this person. It says not optimal. And that's actually the ACT meme, which is basically depicting a transgender person getting hung, mocking the suicides that are occurring in the transgender community. Again, very clearly anti-LGBTQ. And
there's a lot of fucking gay and trans haters in the fitness community.
Listen, man, I'm looking for all entrepreneurs, man, that's trying to build a brand, that's trying to do a YouTube.
Don't care. Thanks for the nation, dude.
Yeah, a lot of this stuff, I guess, for people are not very important, because apparently this is political or something, and we ain't wasting 10 minutes on a rant about this, But it is the state of the YouTube and even fitness community in general, because there's a huge problem with these types of people in our community, and I think we have to be vigilant and call this stuff out if we want, and make sure that the people we're associating it with are people we respect. Because if we have self-respect, and let's say we fall into some of these demographics that are being, hatefully spoken about, then we should really distance ourselves away from these hateful people. But yeah, I hope this video is not too judgmental, because all I did was show you what I found. You can make your own conclusions. But yeah.
Bandman donated $3.
My first time riding a horse.
That's great. Thanks for that donation, dude. What were we gonna watch? Oh yeah, that debate.
Well, I'm now joined by Israeli spokesman Elon Levy. Elon Levy, thank you very much indeed for joining me. You heard my monologue there. I've said from the start of this conflict that I felt a real moral quandary. Not about October the 7th. I'm crystal clear about the horror that happened there. I'm completely clear that Israel not only had a duty to its people to defend itself after that, but had a responsibility to do it.
Poe donated $2. Comments are saying you're not natty or not vegan. Yeah, I know. A lot of people are saying that right now. This is 6 years ago. This is a 6-year-old post, dude.
This is the most popular Chinese song ever. Like you'll ever hear. If you don't know it, I don't know. You have to know it.
Thanks.
Yeah, besides diet, exercise, sleep, stress management, cessation of drugs, alcohol, tobacco, healthy body weight, sex, shooting guns, combat training, etc. The only effective testosterone boosters is anabolic androgenic steroids.
The only behavior, saying something boosts testosterone is kind of weird. Does sleeping properly boost your testosterone? Does having good sleep hygiene boost your testosterone? Or is that just a healthy habit that puts your testosterone where it should be? I think when you use the term boost testosterone, it's a misnomer. So are you supposed to be taking drugs and alcohol? Yeah, that'll lower your testosterone, but does giving up drugs and alcohol boost your testosterone, or does it go back to normal? So yeah, the only thing that boosts your testosterone is going to be anabolic androgenic steroids. Testosterone specifically, because other androgens aren't going to raise your test levels. But thanks for the nation, Ben.
You are acting so fucking rude tonight. You're such a fucking whiny cunt. Sv3rige arita eos oxus chpupu bu o pol www.
Thanks for that, I'm Niagara. Appreciate it. Is there a new Berserk chapter out? No. There... Oh, no, wait, there is. Oh, shit. I... have to read that. Bandman donated $3. Okay, great. He abuses animals. Thanks for the donation, dude. $6 donated $2. Few funny, weird, or creepy clips.
Heat index is 107. Everyone in McKinney is dead. The temperature, the heat index right now in McKinney is 10,000. What is that? 101,105. It's hot in McKinney.
That looks like a malfunction. Okay, thanks for that, 6.
Fake Aftafudun Alignman by Alahi, Ekuntum Bila Hayatin, Wahuitakam al Hayata. Thuma Yamaitukam Thuma Uikam. Ye later June. How can ye reject the faith in Allah? Seeing that ye were without life, and he gave you life, then will he cause.
Thanks for the donation, T.
The question has always been in my mind, what is a proportionate response? And as we have this pause at the moment, thank God for the release of many of the hostages, it's also time for everybody to pause and ask some pertinent questions of Israel about what the real plan is here going forward. So let me start just by asking you, where does this go now? We've got a two-day extension to this pause. More hostages will come out, but it won't be all of them. In fact, Hamas don't even know where many of the hostages are. They're with other Islamic fundamentalist groups within Gaza. Netanyahu has already said, your Prime Minister, that he wants to pick up the attacks as soon as this pause is finished. But to what end and how far will you go?
Israel's campaign now in response to the October 7th massacre is proportionate to the threat that we face. And that threat is a second October.
Why are we alive? Where did universe come from?
There's no reason for our existence. There's only nihilism. And we came from your mother's pussy. Thanks for that donation, non-web.
7th, 3rd October 7th, the 4th, million October.
Bandman donated $3. Why do you keep sending me clips of this guy? I don't give a shit. Thanks for the donation.
7th, exactly as Hamas is promising to do, to murder every man, woman, child in our country. We really wish we were not in this situation, peers. And for many years, Israel has been putting off a possible campaign to topple Hamas, but the October 7th massacre left us no choice. It was the deadliest massacre of Jews since the Holocaust. It was the deadliest terror attack in world history since 9/11. And in response to that, our campaign is going to continue to destroy Hamas. This war will end with the end of Hamas because we cannot allow it to remain in power. And we know that the scenes on our screens are very difficult and we're doing everything we can to minimize...
You're under arrest, bitch. Police car. police car, 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 police car.
Okay, well, thanks for that.
Million casualties. But everyone in Israel understands that the consequences of inaction would be too great to bear. Because we cannot leave Hamas in power and our hostages in Gaza. We cannot leave Hamas emboldened to continue attacking our people, to launch another murderous campaign like it did on October 7th with those barbaric acts that you have spoken so powerfully against, the burnings, the beheadings, the abductions. We simply cannot go back to 6 a.m. on October 7th. That will not happen. That massacre was the straw that broke the back of a very strong camel, and this war is going to end with the end of Hamas.
Okay. How many Palestinians, including Hamas terrorists, have you so far killed?
We know that we've killed thousands of terrorists. We know
well, hang on.
Hamas...
Let me ask you about that. So the Hamas-run health authority says it's over 14,000 people have now been killed. Of that, I mean, do you accept those numbers? Because they have been endorsed by other bodies, but do you accept that those numbers are fairly accurate? Historically, they have been.
Hamas is the organization, the army of terror that on October 7th burned, beheaded, abducted people, and then lied about it to the entire international media.
I understand that.
So it is the opposite of a credible source. And
no, I understand that. But do you accept, given that previous figures that they have given during the many years of this conflict about casualties have turned out to be pretty accurate, do you accept this is likely to be the...
Right, like how they claimed 500 people died in the hospital bombing.
Range of people who've been killed.
First of all, they haven't been proven accurate because historically Hamas never admits in the course of a war that its own terrorists are killed, and that only comes to light afterwards. I'll say what we know about the numbers, and we don't have...
Kivo donated $3. Let me see.
I appreciate you, my boy.
That's great. Thanks for the donation, Kivo.
Exact numbers, because, Pierce, I can't tell you how many Israelis were murdered in the October 7th massacre, because we still have dozens of body parts, dozens of body bags of unidentifiable human remains. So the idea that I can give you an exact number is not realistic, but here's what I can tell you. One, we know we've killed thousands of terrorists because our campaign has been targeting the monsters who perpetrated the October 7th massacre.
How do you know they're terrorists?
Two, we know... How do we know they're terrorists?
How do you tell a Hamas terrorist from a Palestinian civilian who's not part of Hamas?
Hamas is making it very difficult to do that because we know that it's
So how do you know you've killed thousands of them?
Because we know who we are targeting. We are targeting on the basis of precise intelligence. This isn't an indiscriminate bombardment as many would like to paint it. Hamas knows that we do not target civilians.
Yeah, so Israel intercepts radio and telephone communications. They also have captured terrorists, Hamas members, that give them intel on where some of these terrorist hideouts are. They also can just look at satellite image data and drone data and look at movement of people, and based on that, they can also see if weapons or munitions or, there's strange movement in certain areas that would suggest terrorists are in a given area. There's plenty of different ways they can get intel, and again, so far, Israeli intelligence has proven accurate, like the Al-Shifa hospital thing. Everybody was saying, oh, they're lying about Al-Shifa hospital, they're just trying to cope because they're just targeting civilians, and then it turns out Al-Shifa hospital was a terrorist hideout. Didn't read my name. Yeah, you know why. Thanks for the nation.
Civilians, it seems to know that better than some in the West. That's why, for example, we recently declassified an intercepted phone call of Islamic Jihad terrorists talking...
How do I get someone with a pennies pregnant? I try in butthole but it did not make pranked.
Try going deeper. Thanks for the donation, non-wib.
About transporting an anti-tank missile in a baby's pram because they know perfectly well that Israel is trying to target the terrorists
my problem,
and not the civilians.
Okay, but here's my problem with this, is that by your own admission, you don't know how many Hamas terrorists, and I categorize people who belong to the Hamas.
You can estimate, like, these are all estimates, but it's reasonable to expect it's in the thousands.
Organization as terrorists, just for, for clarity. But you don't actually know, do you, how many of them you've killed? And by your own admission, just a few moments ago, you said that they make it incredibly difficult for you to work out who is a Hamas terrorist and who is a civilian. And that seems to me part of the problem that you have with the optics of this to the wider world, is that they're seeing horrible.
Cool. So now Piers Morgan's making the argument that, oh, well, I guess because Hamas uses human shields, Israel can't defend themselves. Sorry, you're just going to have to get holocausted.
Imagery all day long. I mean, it's just the worst thing I've ever seen all over social media.
Well, the worst thing we've ever seen were the atrocities that Hamas perpetrated on October 7th.
I'm just saying, I've not seen, thankfully, I've not seen what many journalists have seen.
Where's the footage and evidence you're alluding to proves El Shifo was a terrorist outpost? Maybe read the fucking news, dude. Check out ground news. Just Google it. Holy fuck, bro. Like, the IDF on their own social media posted videos of El Shifa Hospital and the terror tunnel underneath it.
Which is the 45-minute film of that. And I understand it's absolutely horrific. And I'm not making any comparison. I would not say anything is worse than that. So, for the record. But the horrible imagery all day long, it is suggesting to people that there are thousands and thousands of women and a lot of children, maybe as many as 5,000 to 6,000 children now, have been killed by these airstrikes and now the ground attack. And I think the problem that you have, and I say this respectfully, the problem you have is that you don't actually know how many Hamas terrorists you're killing. I mean, if you're honest, you don't, do you?
Here's the sad fact is, everyone who has been killed in the Gaza Strip in the last month and a half would still be alive if Hamas had not launched this war with the...
Okay, this guy is really bad at doing these sorts of interviews. Like, the proper response is, yeah, no shit, we don't know the exact number, but we can estimate based on, like, different sources of information, based on, intelligence, based on, like, the percentage of people in the population that are related to Hamas. Crap like that. This guy is a bit of a fucking idiot. He's like the wrong dude to do this kind of interview.
October 7th massacre, and then fought out of densely populated civilian areas, that it has done its darndest to prevent people from evacuating in order to get to safety.
Band Man Jewel donated $3. Yes, that's great. Appreciate the donation, Band Man Jewel.
Well, we tried to get them to safety. But I want to say something about the civilian casualties because I think this is important. We know that we've killed thousands of terrorists. We know that Hamas is inflating the numbers.
You don't actually know
and
that.
We believe...
But that's my problem with this. You say...
Oh, yeah. Like, when Pierce says this, oh, you don't know if you killed thousands of terrorists. Right, we might have only killed, like, 7, right? Like, it's somewhere between 7 and 2,000, like... What? Pierce is a fucking idiot.
You have, but when I push you for the details, you don't have them. And that for me,
I still can't tell you exactly how many Israelis were murdered in the October 7th massacre.
I understand that.
Because we're still
and that's
counting
horrific.
Bodies.
No, but I agree with you. That is utterly horrific that you still can't determine how many people were killed that day because of the
Just tell Pierce to, like, make his fucking point because he's clearly suggesting something.
Horrors that were perpetrated. You and I are in complete agreement. But nor do you know how many of these Hamas terrorists you're killing. It could be that vast numbers of them, and we think there are around 35,000 perhaps in total, that vast numbers of them either disappeared into the tunnels and have been safely there ever since, or simply went south with the million or more Palestinian supposed civilians that went down there. Maybe a lot of them infiltrated that group and are down in the south. You don't actually know, do you, for sure?
Piers, during the Afghanistan war, and I believe your brother, a real military hero, fought in that war, British military spokespeople could not have given you a running commentary in real time about exactly how many Taliban fighters were killed. During the Second World War, and I know your grandfather was a war hero who fought the Japanese to liberate Burma, the British Army could not have given a running tally of how many civilians were killed there or how many Japanese were being killed. These are facts that become clear when the fog of war clears. And what I can tell you is that when the fog of war clears, and the numbers become clearer about the civilian to combatant ratio inside the Gaza Strip, and you compare...
I love my girlfriend.
That's good to hear. Thanks for the donation, non-wib. The civilian to Hamas death ratio does not fucking matter. I don't know why the fuck this guy would mention that. Salman Ramirez, donate $2. Here's more bigotry. Ving Gaines, please react.
Why, man? Why does this keep happening? Stand strength, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? A white supremacist and a racial segregationist, bro. You want the white ethno-state, really?
I know very well our founding fathers were slave owners.
Yes,
and I know very well that they probably did not imagine that America would be today what it is.
They
However,
would have been appalled by the idea. Furthermore, what you're saying is somehow whites were about to choke to death on their own homogeneity when people like yourself kindly arrived in diversity and saved us from ourselves. No, we built a wonderful country that your ancestors could not have been. That is why people like you come here. And the more you come in large...
Why are you sending
So
me
right
this
out the
shit?
gate here, I just want to show that I'm not only vindicated with Hersoviak and with Smart Simple Fit and the kind of activities.
What do you think?
I'll take a look in a minute. Thanks for the donation,
That they've
Bandman.
been up to, but I just want to show you the kind of things Quasantrophy, who has been covering for them.
The evidence, but
Black people.
Okay, whatever,
Jewish-
racism. Thanks for that donation, dude.
Yeah.
That's great. Good for him. Thanks for the donation, Bandman.
Compare that to other counterterrorism wars fought by Western armies, like the British in Afghanistan, like the British in Iraq, like the British against Islamic State. That ratio is going to prove very firmly the extent to which the Israeli army has gone to try to keep civilians on the other side safe from the consequences of their own leaders' reckless and evil and barbaric attempts to try to keep them in harm's way. Piers, every civilian casualty is a tragedy. Civilian casualties are a feature of every war, and they are a feature...
I don't know why you'd say that. That's total bullshit. When you look at the percentage of Palestinians that support the October 7th attack, I think it's something in the neighborhood of 70%. I think around 60-something% want to Holocaust all the Jews. The majority of them are also Holocaust deniers. Fuck no, it's not a fucking tragedy that these civilians are dying. They're like, a lot of them are just pieces of fucking trash that ought to die. I'm glad some of these people are fucking caught in these buildings that are getting fucking blasted to rubble. Fuck these people. So I don't know why he'd fucking entertain that idea, and that's like an important point to mention. Everybody's like, oh, poor Palestinian civilians, oh, it's such a tragedy. Like, if you had a building filled with fucking white supremacist Nazis that got blown up, no one would shed any tears. But then when a building filled with Palestinians who are no different than white supremacist Nazis, they want to fucking kill Jews, they support the October 7th attack, they're Nazi sympathizers. Like, why are we shedding tears when fucking buildings of these people get blown up? It doesn't make any sense. Like, yeah, obviously there's innocent Palestinian civilians that are peace-loving, blah, 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 whatever. But, like, if you just look at the stats, the majority of them aren't. The majority of them are fucking trash people.
Feature of this war that Hamas began and that Hamas is
that is
forcing
true,
us to
but the
fight
reason I'm
inside
pushing
densely
you,
populated
the reason I'm
areas.
pushing you on it is simply because you say you've killed.
Did you see Ben Shapiro said that Israel should occupy and re-educate people in Gaza? Isn't that literally the definition of colonialism?
No, it's not. So, I don't think that's necessarily a bad idea.
Bro, you literally lost a debate to a girl with the IQ of an average Nigerian. Speaks volumes about you. That's why you're acting like a bitch today. Grow up. Maybe go back to school. Learn how to debate. Or just play Spider-Man all day because you suck.
Alright, well, thanks for the donation, 21st Savage. Appreciate it. So, no, it's not necessarily it's not necessarily a bad idea to have Israel occupy Gaza. It would be a much better idea for Israel to occupy Gaza and control things like their education system than allow them to just, you know, back out after this war, let them elect leaders that are anti-Semitic, and then go back to the status quo where you end up having extremist jihadist Muslims control like the education system, their television networks, their media networks. So no, if Israel occupies Gaza and takes control of their media, their education system, that's a better, I think that would lead to better outcomes than the alternative. I think Gaza should just, they should move the Palestinians from Gaza to the West Bank, expand the territory in the West Bank, and just have Gaza be controlled by Israel again. It doesn't make any sense the way the land's distributed. You have like a pocket of Gaza, and then you have Israeli territory, then you have another pocket of Palestinian territory. It doesn't make any sense.
Thousands of Hamas terrorists. And the reason I think this is such an important question is there have been...
Dodo $20, fun game. That game looks amazing. I think I might play it. That is a nice bird. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
So you would buy that jacket? It's not too small?
I would not buy that jacket. Thanks for the donation, Bandman.
How are you feeling after the long work?
I'm feeling fine. Don't have any soreness. Thought I was going to be pretty sore the next day, but I'm not. Maybe I have a little bit, tiny bit of soreness in my quads, but not much. It's like a little tiny bit. But feeling good otherwise. Thanks for the donation, James.
Reports that once this pause is over, that Israel intends to then attack in the south, and may give further warnings to people that are out of certain areas, but will attack in the south and presumably destroy the areas that you attack there, as you have done in the north, making it almost uninhabitable for people to return to. And all of this is part of Operation Get Rid of Hamas. But if the world doesn't know how much of Hamas you're getting rid of, but only sees day after day, hour after hour, images of children dead.
Do you think colonization has any positive impact in your opinion? For me, I think it has its pros and cons.
There's obviously pros and cons to practically anything, so... Yes, there's good and bad aspects to it. Thanks for the donation, Dutchie.
Hey Richard, the Turkey Tom Dockand interview was entertaining. Also, this war is dumb. Israel's claim for that land is based on Judeo-Christian biblical history. Israel didn't actually exist before the 20th century in real life.
That's great. I don't really care, but thanks for the donation, Vegantism.
Women dead, innocent civilians caught up in this, then I think the global support for Israel is going to dissipate very quickly. That's why it's really important, I think, for Israel to be able to demonstrate to people that your mission is being accomplished. Because, otherwise you could be here in 6 months, a year, and the civilian death toll in Gaza could be over 100,000. And we might be having the same conversation where you're still not sure how many Hamas terrorists you've killed. That's the problem, it seems to me.
Piers, I'm slightly surprised by this question because in the fog of war, no country, no military in the history of warfare could ever give you an exact...
Did it help your depression? Any new Frank vids?
I mean, it was kind of fun. It's always sort of fun to challenge myself, so... I guess. What? Well, it's hard, but it's not the worst. And yeah, there's new Frank vids. We're just gonna watch this first. Thanks for the donation, James.
Running tally.
I'm not for an exact number.
The casualties, but I'm saying we know that we are targeting Hamas. We know that we are targeting the monsters who perpetrated the October 7th massacre, and we know that we are trying to foil their strategy to hide behind women and children. And just this week, we've exposed the world the evidence of the bunkers that they built underneath the Shifa hospital that so many have spent so long trying to cover up and deny that Hamas is capable of using that strategy of human shields.
Let me ask you, what happens... assuming this war ends, and please God it ends sooner rather than later, but assuming it ends, Benjamin Netanyahu has said he intends to effectively occupy, for Israel to occupy Gaza for security reasons indefinitely. Well, that's really what he said, indefinitely.
That is
you would be in charge of security. I mean, you're already in charge of a lot of their food, their energy, their water. If you start adding security as an umbrella, basically you're occupying Gaza. That is not anything that anybody wants outside of, it seems to me, him and his cabinet. I mean, it's not what you would...
Did you see the video of the old Palestinian guy who left after Israel left the Gaza Strip? He claimed that life under Israeli occupation in the 90s was better than life under Hamas.
No shit. Hamas is abusive to their own people. They kill other Muslims. So yeah, no shit, Israeli occupation would be fucking better than occupation under Hamas. Thanks for the donation though, Kara.
Is that what you would want, is it?
No, Piers. Israel does not want to occupy the Gaza Strip, and that is why 18 years ago Israel left the Gaza Strip.
So why would he say he wants to do that indefinitely for security reasons?
Israel should occupy Gaza. Like they just should. Palestinians clearly cannot govern themselves. They keep electing radical fucking leaders that are fucking jihadists. So yeah, just occupy Gaza. Israel does a better fucking job of governing than Hamas or any other fucking leader they elect.
Because the sad fact is, the Prime Minister has said, we do not want to occupy Gaza. To say that the Prime Minister said that is simply false. He said Israel will have to, for some period, to exercise security control to prevent that area from being demilitarized, just as President Biden said in his own column in the Washington Post that there will have to be interim security arrangements.
How do you do that?
We're going to have to prevent smuggling of any weapons inside the Gaza Strip after we have totally destroyed the Hamas terror infrastructure. You know, Piers, in the years that Israel has been out of the Gaza Strip, all that concrete that went into Gaza and was supposed to build people's houses went into tunnels. All those pipes that were supposed to go into water pipes, Hamas dug them out and then filmed propaganda videos of them turning those water pipes into rockets and shooting them at Israel. And that is what we have to prevent to stop this happening.
And then Hamas blames fucking Israel for having clean water issues when Israel tried to improve the water system.
Again.
But if you displace the vast majority of civilians, as you have, and you destroy large amounts of their homes, what do they come back to?
After the day after Hamas, and I wish it were next week, but it will take time, there are three things that are going to have to happen. The first is the Gaza Strip must be demilitarized. We will never allow it to be used as...
And my offer still stands if you change your mind. I will be looking for 75 minutes of new songs. Also, 3 members of the top Hamas leaders are worth a combined total of $11 billion.
Yep, they steal aid money. They steal aid money that comes in to Gaza, and they become billionaires off of it. It's really fucked. But yeah, not gonna twerk for an hour in a thong. I just don't see that happening anytime soon. Yeah. I mean, yeah, so I'm just not doing that on YouTube. Maybe on OnlyFans, but not on YouTube. Actually, I have done naked twerks on OnlyFans, but yeah, I'm not doing that on YouTube. Thanks for that donation, though, James.
As a base for operations from a terrorist group to direct attacks against our people, just as the UK and 85 other nations came together to deny ISIS its territorial stronghold. And they did to Raqqa and Mosul what they did to Raqqa and Mosul because they understood that a jihadi group like that must never be allowed to hold territory to attack.
Nobody wants Israel to occupy Gaza. Well, I'm sure the gay folks there wouldn't mind it. Or the women who want to get an education. Or the atheists. Since October 7th, 2 gay men were beheaded in the West Bank. How any leftist can take that side?
Yeah, it's fucking retarded. They're run by barbaric jihadist fucking Muslims who terrorize their own fucking people. Israel would do a much better job of controlling these regions than just allowing Palestinians to elect these fucked up Muslim jihadist leaders. Thanks for the donation, though, QAnon.
Innocent people. The second thing is the Gaza Strip must be de-radicalized. You know, the youngest terrorists who perpetrated the October 7th massacre weren't even born when Israel vacated the Gaza Strip in 2005, and they were raised on a diet to glorify jihad and martyrdom. The third thing, I want to address the question of reconstruction.
Yeah.
The Gaza Strip is going to have to be rebuilt, and this time, it's going to have to be rebuilt in a way that ensures that the concrete genuinely goes to people's homes and doesn't go into the tunnels. Because
and the only way to do that is, again, with occupation.
Otherwise, we're going to be in the same situation
but this sounds very like
again,
to me.
And the consequences for the Palestinians will also be severe.
But with respect, the only way you can do all this is with a form of occupation. Whether you want to call it that or not, it's the only way.
What's the problem?
You can do this. And my other question to you would be this. Is there not a danger, you talk about radicalization there, is there not a danger that the longer this goes on and the more innocent people you kill as you try and target Hamas, that you build up a whole new generation of Palestinians who are radicalized to hate Israel and want to exact revenge? Isn't that a real concern right now?
You know, I don't think during the Second World War, when the Allies were bombing the Germans and the Japanese, people claimed that if you continue bombing Germans and Japanese, you'll raise a new generation of Nazis. And that's because they realized these were people who were radicalized beyond measure. And after the war, there had to be a serious process of de-radicalization. Piers, the facts are that 85% of Palestinians across the West Bank and the Gaza Strip support Hamas's atrocities on October 7th. That is the first polling evidence that has come out. The level of radicalization is already severe. And it is that radical element that we have to deny a stronghold from which to perpetrate atrocities against our people. And we think it's important that the whole international community understand the extent of the rot of the Hamas death cult that has raised a whole generation, tragically, after the greatest opportunity for peace in the Middle East, that 2005 withdrawal. There has to be a serious push towards de-radicalization to ensure that this never happen again. And we expect the international community to work hand in hand with us.
Yeah, this guy's based.
Okay, listen, I've got to leave it there, but the big question is whether what you're doing now and what you intend to do in the next few weeks and months will actually begin the end of that radicalization or make it a lot worse. And that is a question I think we just don't know the answer to. But Elon Levy, thank you very much indeed for joining me.
Could I complete an answer, perhaps?
If you're quick.
If this war doesn't end with the end of Hamas and the return of our hostages, we know that Hamas will attack us again. That's what it says it wants to do. And so if you're talking to me about extremism, we know that a Hamas that feels emboldened because the world tells it Israel has no right to defend itself, that is the surefire recipe for more.
I can look for a family-friendly G-string that you could do on OnlyFans. Jasmine seems to like the idea. What, exactly, is OnlyFans? Piers needs to ask him about Operation Paperclip.
OnlyFans is it's basically a porn website.
Holy shit, man. The Palestinians in the strip are just crazy radical jihadists, period, end of story. Fuck these people, that's the real answer. But no, you have idiots like Piers now and white retards who are infantilizing these people. They're all assholes.
Yeah. Like, they're not this innocent population that, you know, oh, they're just all innocent victims. Like, no. A lot of them are radical jihadists or support, you know, radical jihad. So I don't care if a lot of these people die. Simple as that. Why would I care if somebody who's literally a Nazi fucking dies? I do not give a shit. But thanks for that donation, Unicorn Jizz. So James, I don't know if there's such a thing as a family-friendly G-string. And OnlyFans is basically a porn site. Technically, it's not. It's technically a site that's sort of like Patreon, where you get access to content through a paywall. And you can post any content you want. It doesn't have to be sexual content, but most people post sexual content on OnlyFans. So that's what OnlyFans is. And Pierce needs to talk about, ask him about Operation Paperclip. Well, like, look, none of that matters. None of the historical issues that have happened in Gaza or the West Bank matter, because, like, you can't go back in time and change things. So what's happened has happened, and right now Israel's response to the October 7th attack is perfectly reasonable. They're not committing any war crimes. They're acting as benevolently as they possibly can in a situation like this, avoiding killing civilians. So, like, that's all I care about. If you're going to talk about the issue that's happening right now in Gaza, the historical context just plain and simple doesn't matter. But thanks for the donation, James. Lionheart Poo donated $3. Behold. You know that I'll be there. Oh my god. Now that's a nice iguana. Wow, such a handsome boy. That's a good iguana. Wow. I was thinking of adopting an iguana, but I heard they can be pretty territorial, so I was worried about them biting, like, Prismo or something, so I don't know. If I found a really friendly lizard, maybe, but I like iguanas. They're cool. What's this meowing?
Is there an OnlyFans app I can get?
I think OnlyFans does have an app. So yeah, I'm pretty sure they do have their own app. What are you doing? Don't walk on my keyboard. Don't walk on my keyboard. You know I don't like it when you do that. Okay? Love you, though. This is my kitty. This is my kitty. Love you, Prim Prim. You're a good boy. Yes. You're a sweetie. I love you. I love you. You're a good boy. You're a good boy.
Maybe I will get the app.
Okay, James. Well, have fun, I guess. You're okay with seeing me naked. But thanks for the donation, dude. Primmy. I just don't want you walking on my keyboard, okay? As long as you don't walk on my keyboard, you can stay.
radicalism and extremism and more death, and we're determined to put an end to this cycle of violence, and we'll end it. We'll end this war, and we'll do it by ending Hamas.
Elon Levy, I really appreciate you joining me. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Piers. Anytime.
Yeah, Pierce was being a bit of a dum-dum in that interview. Let's see. Frank Too Stupido. Oh boy, this looks stupid. Vitamin B1 deficiency. Like, it's insane that he's talking about B1 deficiencies.
What is your current weight?
So, I got down to 235 while dieting. I think I gained a bit of weight. I think I'm around 245 right now, roughly. And I'm probably going to stay around this weight. I don't really want to gain weight. I'm thinking of doing another run up to 405, like a 405 bench. I might be okay with gaining like another 5 pounds while doing that, but I want to just maintain this weight pretty much for now. I kind of like where I'm sitting. It's a good combination between not being a big chungus and being, you know, lean enough where I can look in the mirror and I don't feel sad about how I look. So, but thanks for the donation, James. Oh. Remy, what are you doing? Stop going on my desk. Stop going on my desk.
Illness that killed princesses and sailors alike. In 1877, Japan's Meiji Emperor watched his aunt, the Princess Kazu, die of a common malady, kake. I don't know, that's how you say it. If her condition was typical, her legs would have swollen, her speech slowed, numbness and paralysis might have come next, along with twitching and vomiting. Death often resulted from heart failure. And this ended up being from an extreme thiamine deficiency, vitamin B1. They were following
Yeah, it's because they were only eating white rice, and that was the staple food.
such high carbohydrate diets predominantly.
It wasn't from high carbohydrate diet, it's because they were eating nothing but white rice.
Of rice, which stresses the body's thiamine stores as it's required.
It does not.
Have you had your body fat percent check?
I haven't. I've never gotten a body fat percent check. Don't really want to because I think it'd fuck with my body dysmorphia. But thanks for the donation, James.
For glucose metabolism, and the wealthy that were eating polished rice.
Yeah, so high carbohydrate diets do not cause B1 deficiencies. That's just bullshit.
Which used to be expensive. Now everyone eats it. Didn't know that polished rice greatly reduces the vitamin B1 content in comparison.
It doesn't reduce it. It's just lacking in B1 because the rice bran is removed.
To whole grain brown rice.
I don't even know if it's B1. I think it's actually vitamin B3. Let me go to Chronometer. I think it's lacking in B3, not even B1. Dude, oh my god. Okay, fuck Chronometer.
And a lot of people died from this. They couldn't figure it out until seeing that sailors who ate meat and grains.
Are you half Jew or something, bro? Are they paying you? The Jews are expert scammers and they are scamming you as well, man. Wake up. Anyone who fights Jews is on your side.
No, I think you're just retarded. Thanks for the donation.
And barley were fine and
sailors who ate grains and meat developed scurvy. It's only until like the later half of the 19th century that they found out that they needed to eat fruit for vitamin C. What the fuck is Frank talking about? He's such a fucking idiot. Bandman donated $3. Let me see.
Hey man, like I said, man, listen, that's about $1 million cop. Listen, I'm looking for artists to ice out, get a bag to, and take their life to the next.
All right, well that's good for him. Thanks for that donation, Bandman.
Might be the most
Jesus.
Vitamin B1 thiamine deficiency might be the most overlooked nutritional deficiency.
Practically nobody on the planet gets vitamin B1 deficiencies because vitamin B1 is extremely plentiful in most foods. So unless you're literally fasting and not eating anything, the likelihood of you getting a B1 deficiency is practically zero.
With high carbohydrate consumption and lack of animal protein in the diet, I'm sure many people's health issues are related to this.
No, carbohydrates don't reduce B1. You're just an idiot.
Initial symptoms are irritability, short-term memory problems, and then you may experience loss of sensation in your hands and feet, including swelling. The most extreme symptoms.
Yeah, most people are definitely experiencing loss of sensation in their hands and feet and edema.
Are chest pain, heart pain, feelings of vertigo, confusion, and memory loss. When you're supplementing, you want to avoid a B complex because they're imbalanced and certain.
There is no balancing required when it comes to B vitamins. There's no vitamin that needs to be balanced with another vitamin.
Vitamins can be toxic. Also, the dose of.
They're water soluble. It's practically impossible to get toxic levels of any B vitamin.
Typical B1 supplements is usually very extreme, so you would only want to take that, for the first few days, and then we have a safe dose vitamin B1 available on organsupplements.com that can be taken with every single.
Frank is a fucking idiot. He pisses me off. How to recover from overeating.
So you stuffed your face like a fat little piggy at Thanksgiving, and now you're worried. Indulging over the holidays isn't the end of the world, and most people actually harm their health more than helping it when trying to make up for those gluttonous meals. You really just want to get back on a high-quality, organic, balanced diet. It will push that
organic food does not have any health benefits.
Food out of your system and get you back on track.
Yeah, Frank, it's called shitting. Everybody does that regardless of what they eat.
You don't have to fast. You don't have to restrict calories. No extreme.
You do have to restrict calories if you've spent a period of time in a caloric surplus if you want to maintain your body weight. If you actually look at patterns of weight gain in the American population, people gain weight around holiday seasons, so Christmas, Thanksgiving, and they don't lose the weight. So they just keep gaining 5 or 10 pounds around the holidays, and they never lose that weight. And that is a large contributor to obesity. Prismo, no. No Prismo.
Training. Just get good food in your stomach to maintain cell health and digestive function. Even if your goal is to lose weight or improve your body composition, you will see much better results from just improving the food quality and incorporating resistance weight training in the gym. You guys can check out my YouTube.
Frank, dum-dum, but we already knew that. Miss Nicaragua facial development.
Most of the Miss Universe competitors have excellent facial development, and Miss Nicaragua in particular has a perfect set of teeth. You could not ask.
It's amazing how in the West people support Hamas. There was some worry that Muslims in Israel proper would riot, but Hamas proudly posted videos of them executing Israeli Muslims, so they lost some friends. Yet white atheists in the West support them.
Yeah, it's because they're fucking stupid. They're ignorant freaking morons, and they infantilize foreigners, especially if they have darker brown skin. Simple as that. The only reason there's so many Hamas sympathizers is because they have brown skin. If they were white, everybody would be, disavowing them. But because they're brown-skinned, they're victims of colonization. Yeah, but thanks to the nation, QAnon.
For, more perfect development as a child. Just the width of the teeth, her mouth, the positioning, it really, really doesn't.
I'm pretty sure she has caps. Those might not be her real teeth.
Get more perfect than that from a lower face perspective, and you can tell when she talks, when her mouth moves, even just the soft tissue in her lips around that.
Yeah, so most rich people get caps put in. If you look at Hollywood celebrities, a lot of them do that. It's like $40,000 or something. So usually a lot of rich people end up just doing that. If I were rich, I'd probably consider doing that.
In that area, it's basically how everyone is supposed to develop. So, You know, there's definitely something to be said about our modern diets and how most people aren't getting the nutrition they should be as children. And
there's literally no evidence suggesting that nutrition in childhood affects things like impacted teeth.
I mean, I'm sure some Miss Universe competitors are exceptions to this, but for the most part, the majority of them are going to have good development.
Let me see if she's actually gotten dental work. She has, I think. Wait, I think that's a different person. She looks like she has caps. See if I can find a close-up of her teeth. I can't find anything. Anyway. Frank has some stupid longer videos.
What's up? How are you guys this weekend? We have another Pinterest girly, and if you guys are unfamiliar with that term, Pinterest is this like social media site where girls post their like ideal lifestyle, like artsy stuff, like really clean, ideal lifestyle. Like that's what all these background pictures remind me of. And it's kind of a funny analogy because you know if these girls care much about making their lives look that perfect on social media, you know they're messed up mentally, just like a lot of these.
What is her height and weight? Too skinny for my tastes.
I have no idea. I don't know if you can even find any information online on her height and weight. She looks kind of tall, but I don't know. And yeah, I prefer women who aren't that skinny too. Thanks for that donation, James.
That's a straw man argument, Richard. The reason we support Hamas is because they are against the Jews. If you are red-pilled on the Jews, you will support any group that fights them. White, black, brown, IDGAF. As long as you are anti-Jew, you are good.
Alright, well thank you for clarifying that. Appreciate the donation. So Frank is jealous of these girls who are getting more views than him on social media, make more money, and are happier than him. So the way he copes for this is, wow, they must be fucked up mentally and miserable because they're more successful than me.
These health-obsessed people think they're eating healthy, you know, restricting their calories, starving themselves. They look good on the outside, but they're destroying.
Frank has stated that he tries to eat 1,500 calories per day, which is extremely low for an adult man. So speaking of starving yourself,
themselves on the inside. So maybe the Pinterest girlies need some mental.
Is Frank bi?
He says he's bisexual. He doesn't openly state it anymore, but he used to have a Chatterbait account where he said he was bisexual. I think he's gay. I think he's just ashamed of exclusively being attracted to men, so he says he's bi. He tries to pretend he's straight now, but if you just look at any of his behavior, it looks like he has absolutely no attraction to women whatsoever. So I don't think he's bi. I think he's either gay or maybe he's like 99% attracted to men and like 1% attracted to women or something. Thanks for that donation though, James.
And physical help, but today we're going to see what she eats.
I
have genuinely spent what feels like so much of my life trying to understand what a healthy relationship with food looks like. I've delved into the vast world of nutrition, wellness, and diet trends. I've watched hundreds and hundreds of what I eat in a day videos.
She looks underweight.
People claim that
Like
drinking
too
greens on
skinny.
an empty stomach changed their lives, or that cutting carbs out of their diet miraculously cleared their skin, and the list goes on and on.
So she's already painting herself as an expert. By the way,
She is not painting herself as an expert. She's just saying she's not into fad dieting.
I've had like 100,000 subscribers on YouTube now for, I don't know, a few years. And I know that YouTube doesn't really like me that much, and they probably...
I wonder if it has anything to do with you uploading anti-Semitic comments saying things like Jews are scum.
know that the first thing I would do if I got this plaque was like heat it up to 1,000 degrees and cook a steak on it, but I guess that's why I'm not getting one.
It's easy to get caught up in the promise of quick fixes and a one-size-fits-all solution, but I've come to realize that the path to a good relationship with food is unique for every single one of us. Battling to find a good relationship with food
she
can
looks
be
too
so
skinny, dude.
challenging, and it's deeply a personal journey. In today's world, we're bombarded with conflicting messages about what's healthy, what isn't.
TBH, it would be nice if Muslims conquered more countries. If you are a man, life under Islam is great. You can fuck multiple wives, have real authority, family values, a clear moral compass. They actually believe in something.
Muslims don't really have a moral compass so much as they just do things that directly benefit them. But thanks for the donation.
How should we look? It's so easy to fall into the trap of viewing food as the enemy rather than what it actually is, right? So it's a source of nourishment.
Dude, how could you work out and have your dog crawling all over you when you're working out? I would throw that thing against the wall.
Gross.
You know what bothers me? When people call...
Yeah, Frank's an animal abusing piece of shit.
Animals handsome. Like, look, you could call a dog cute.
He watches my streams. Frank watches all of my streams. Because I say that all the time. So Frank's been watching my streams.
You could call a dog cuddly, but you can't call a dog... Like, look, you can't call a dog handsome, all right? That implies that you want to play with...
All of my dogs are more handsome than Frank. I think he's just jealous.
So, like, it's just... Oh, he's so handsome. It's a dog. It's not handsome, okay? You could, anything but handsome is... Okay, all right, that's my little rant. But, you know, there's also a significant... I'll continue with my pet rant. There's also a significant difference between people... I mean, most people let their pets inside the house, but, you know, the cleanliness and stuff versus having an animal inside outside is drastic.
Pleasure.
This is coming from a guy who literally eats fucking rotting meat from a fucking jar, and he's talking about cleanliness.
And comfort. Embarking on this journey is not just about the food that we put on our plates. It's about cultivating self-love, compassion towards ourselves, and realizing that perfection is not and will never be the goal. Instead, it's about focusing on creating sustainable eating habits that we enjoy, that we can maintain. It becomes
Yeah, she is too skinny. Like, her ass literally looks bony.
a lifestyle, a way of nurturing our bodies and minds. Now, I think we can all agree that the constant stream of diet trends and transformation stories can be so overwhelming.
How enlightening. How enlightening.
But it's so crucial to remember that there is no unique approach to nutrition, and that's okay. We are all so beautifully unique, and what works for one person might not work for the other one. It's truly just about working.
This intuitive eating, this unique have to figure it out thing is really nonsensical when you understand that every group of human beings had similar dietary factors. Weston Price's book...
That's not true.
She looks like that skinny black woman from yesterday's debate. I would like to see Frank with Vladislava Galagan, then a muscular woman who is 2 meters tall and weighs 120 kilograms.
Well, you're never going to see Frank with a woman.
Natty or not?
I'll take a look at that in a second. Thanks for the donation, Oatgoat. Was there a black girl on yesterday's stream? I can't even remember. But yeah, you're never going to see Frank with a woman. He hates women. Thanks for that donation, though, James. Let me see. Natty or not? has really good traps. Really good chest development, too. I would say could be Natty. Like, I would lean towards Natty personally, but he could be on gear. Like, anybody could be on fucking gear, but he's in the Natty range, I would say. Really good physique, though. Yeah, I'd say he's in the Natty range. So... yeah, I think his chest especially looks pretty freaky when he does the most muscular. Yeah, I'd lean towards Natty. His traps are fucking crazy, though. Oh my god. That's amazing. Well, thanks for the donation, Oatgoat.
The only problem with Muslim countries is they tend to be pretty poor. I would move to one if they had good jobs. The UAE is rich but they are cucked and don't take Islam seriously enough and they don't adhere to the holy Sharia.
Alright, well maybe you should just go to Afghanistan or something. Thanks for the donation.
I met the black-haired woman from the debate yesterday.
I see. Yeah, I don't think she looks like, what was her fucking name? Malik? I don't think she looks similar, at all, really. Thanks for the donation, James.
Please watch this from the beginning.
I'm not going to watch an 18-minute video from, this guy.
How curse words like fucking somehow became such a huge part of the average person's vocabulary. One should stop and think about that sometime, because it's really something to think about. If you consider the curse words you hear probably yourself saying on a regular basis, you might realize there's no way these words organically came to make up such a huge part of our vocabulary. These words are never used within the context of their original meaning. Most curse words are ambiguously referring to sexual body parts or sexual acts in one way or another. Nothing you would expect to come up in one's day-to-day vocabulary because they don't reflect on what a day-to-day life consists of at all. There's no reason for them to come up this often. These aren't topics anyone refers to when talking about pretty much anything that's relevant. These words have a certain meaning. Even a 4-year-old sees through it, finds it funny, and that's why they start saying these than that. What do you think is going to happen if you do this? Well, first of all, if you didn't know where the idea of the hard R comes from, you might have heard black people saying words that end with elevator, perpetrator, singular, you name it. What you'll tend to notice is that they'll tend to pronounce these sense elevator, perpetrator, singular. That's just how they speak, just like how I speak the way I do because I'm from France. I have an accent and so do they. But yeah, if we're going to say that despicable word, we better mock black people as we say it or we're doing something wrong. So after a rough
I genuinely thought this guy might either be retarded or have a speech impediment, but he actually just has a French accent. Like, I literally thought he might have been mentally disabled or something, but okay, he just has a French accent.
Speaking of which, why would there be a moral outrage over this word in the first place? Well, in fact, if you follow the reasoning behind that one, it's pretty straightforward and I wouldn't tend to disagree with it at all. If you're going to say this word is hateful, it was used as a derogatory term to dehumanize people who deserve better, and we're not in their place. We never will be, and we wouldn't want to be. So maybe 11th grade respectively, for saying the nigger word by 2 different teachers, by the way. The first time I wrote it on the board because a friend dared me to. The second time a black friend of mine was saying it in the middle of class.
If Frank watches your videos, chances are, he probably makes his videos for no other reason, but you reacting to them. He also probably talks about abusing animals and his retarded meat business so much with the main intent of triggering vegans. He's lame.
I don't think Frank is playing any kind of 3D chess where he thinks ahead of what he does. I think he's just a fucking idiot who just does things. I don't think he's thinking about triggering vegans or anything. He's kind of too stupid for that. But thanks for the donation, Frank Saladino eats shit.
say nigger, and I would repeat it, and he would say it louder, and I would repeat it, then he would say it louder. Well, guess what? I got in trouble, not him. And both times I was written up. You get 4 of those, by the way, you get suspended. Right up brings...
Well, yeah, I guess he has a point.
Nutrition and physical regeneration is an excellent example of this, because whether it's the Scottish Gaelics eating oats and fish, the Swiss Lochental, they were eating like dairy products and rye bread.
Some dipshit edited your wiki and removed your ethnicity as Somali. Fuck that guy. By the way, can I edit your wiki to write libelous material and accuse you of having committed heinous crimes?
No, you can't do that. But thanks for the donation, Toby.
You know, you have all different groups of people that had the same consistent factors in their diet, which is
populations across Earth, human populations across Earth, ate very different diets, even within the same country. You will see people eating very different diets. So Tanzania, you'll see some tribes people eating very plant-based. You will see where they eat mostly, things like corn. You'll have the Hadza who eat, I think like 50% of their diet is fucking honey. That's why their teeth are so fucked up. And the rest of their diet is like made up of berries, some other fruits, root vegetables, and meat. And you'll have like the Maasai who eat mostly cow's milk and blood and occasionally red meat. So, and that's all within Tanzania. So, no, human populations have always eaten very varied diets. I don't know why Frank would say we've all eaten the same thing forever. Dodo Donate Tellers, can you react at 45? Let me see.
All right, boys, little break on the podcast, but we're back.
For our country, our freedom, our way of life that we have here. You can sit around and you can nitpick and talk about things that are wrong with the United States. Let me tell you something. I'm going to tell fucking your generation, my generation, everybody.
I know you brought up Afghanistan satirically, but ironically after the US left and the Taliban took it over, crime and terrorism went down there. The Taliban know what they are doing, man.
Sure they do. Sure they do. Thanks for the donation,
Everybody's generation. This is it. If this falls, there's no other fucking place to go. So all these fucking people are like, oh God, if President Trump wins, I'm fucking leaving the country. They all say it.
Yeah.
They all say it.
Yeah, of course.
Nobody fucking does it.
No.
Where are you going to go? Nowhere.
There have been tons of people, probably in the like hundreds of thousands at this point since, the 20th century, that have migrated out of the US due to things like conscription. So people do in fact leave the US when it becomes too fucked for them to live here.
All these other fucking places that you think are fucking cool and you think are so fucking great, when the shit hits the fan, you find out who's who and what's what. We saw it during COVID. Places that I thought were fucking awesome. Places that I thought I would love to live. And then we go through COVID. Gang, this is it.
Oh, boo-hoo. I have to social distance for 2 months. Wah. Yeah, every other country sucks.
So all the people that are out there marching and crying and protesting and all this, man.
Yeah, so I guess poverty, cost of living, lack of social services, no free healthcare, crumbling infrastructure, overbearing police, the amount of people that are getting thrown in prison for no reason. Yeah, the US is still great because not every state instituted lockdowns. Yeah,
This is the greatest country on earth.
This is this is how rich people think. He doesn't understand any of the fucking problems normal people have. The only thing he has to complain about is the fucking lockdowns. And he thinks the US is great because he can move to Florida where there's no fucking lockdowns.
And we should be defending it, fighting for our freedom, every one of us. It's no different than the conversation I had with Theo Vaughn the other day when we're talking about stupid.
Yeah, okay, well, he's a fucking idiot. Thanks for that donation, Dodo.
Is presence of animal protein and animal nutrition and presence of some type of energy source, typically plant-based carbohydrates and starches.
With our bodies and understanding our own hunger and fullness cues. It's about appreciating the wisdom of our bodies, which know exactly what they need at the end of the day.
I mean, out of all the days of eating we've seen, this might be one of the best breakfasts.
Well, that is some terrible fucking food. So lots of saturated fat and cholesterol. Terrible fucking choices. And some honey to rot your teeth.
I'm trying to jog my memory, but like, this is about as good as you can get. You know, you have bread, starch, caloric density. You have dairy products, some fat, healthy fats. You have eggs, animal protein.
Saturated fat is not healthy for you, Frank.
And cholesterol. I mean, granted, not everything is organic and the highest quality. That's a whole different discussion. Figs are relatively low inflammatory. You know, you're getting some fiber.
Like, Frank still claims fruit is inflammatory. Marbles in my ball sack, Donatello, is not going to lie, this is pretty much proof that superpowers exist. Yes, that is proof superpowers exist. Yeah, that flying thing is pretty cool. I think I would have fun with that Iron Man suit. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Friends, did you know what is the science behind flying in the air? Just as the force of gravity pulls down, in the same way, there is also the force of the sky.
What the
which pulls
fuck?
it upwards. When the body of the seeker becomes lighter, then the force of gravity is exerted on it. The effect is less so that his body can fly in the air. It is called levitate. Friends.
Okay. Thanks for the donation, marbles in my ball sack.
You're getting some sugar, some nutrition. But not one thing in this meal is nonsense. You know, no vegetables, no seeds.
Yeah, vegetables are so bad for you.
Nothing like that's unnecessary and inflammatory.
So for breakfast today, we're having toast with ricotta and fig.
Speaking of the N-word, when I came back from my white supremacist family in Ohio, I had cut off a black while driving who ended up flipping me off and my dad shouted to her FUN word. Go back to Africa. He did it while the window was up, coward.
That is pretty cowardly, and that is also pretty racist, but what can you expect? Thanks for the donation, Ben.
And I actually saw like a YouTube short, I think from Emily Mariko.
Look, if she fed it to me, I'd probably eat it. I'm not gonna lie.
And she was doing that. And I used to do this with like goat's cheese, but she put ricotta. And I couldn't stop thinking about it this morning, so I had to make it. Mmm. So good.
Getting vegan vibes. So good. Yeah, this is really Pinterest girly. Like the presentation on the food.
Croissants, which are just literally all over TikTok, all over Instagram. Finally, so I booked it last weekend and they only had availability to go today, so I'm going today. And I'm so excited. So that's going to be my little morning snack.
I didn't hear what you said.
And yeah, I hope it tastes good. I'm really scared that like it's just like super dry and hard because I don't know, I guess it's really hard to cook it, right? But let's see. I'm wearing these jeans from Good American. This top is Abercrombie. This is Abercrombie. And yeah, let's go get a giant croissant. Wanna go walkies? You wanna go walkies?
You are such an Islamophobe, Richard. You always take the moral high ground on veganism, but you hate Islam.
Yeah, Islam is a child rapist death cult. Thanks for the donation, Reddit.
He doesn't believe me. He's like, you're saying we're gonna go walkies for half an hour and you take so long, woman. I'm sorry. Honestly, this bag, I feel like it doesn't do it justice, right? It is much bigger, but the croissant has been secured. Like, are you kidding me?
How is that a croissant?
Okay, we're finally doing a little taste test.
Okay, like Pinterest girly that's that skinny doing this to me screams eating disorder, but I mean,
Oh my gosh. Mmm. It actually tastes so nice.
because like we saw her workout, we see how skinny she is. If she's doing this every day, she's not gonna look like that.
I feel like the inside of it will be way softer and nicer, but it's actually super tasty. I'm surprised. Ta-da! Embracing variety has also been such a pivotal part of my journey. Our world has so many flavors, cultures, and cuisines. There's so much to
I feel like that's something like when you're blasted out of your mind at 2 a.m. that you would pre-order for the next day. Like, what's up with the giant croissant?
enjoy exploring this diversity. So don't ever let one meal or one day define your entire relationship with food, because that's part of
I mean, croissants are relatively healthy. You know, it's just...
What? Croissants are relatively healthy? Oh my god. Like they're just pure butter with a little bit of fucking wheat. What?
butter and flour, really. So, you know, I mean, and I remember when we got rated by the USDA.
Oh my god. Frank considers himself a nutrition expert and he thinks croissants are healthy.
Frankie's Ranch Meat, I was so stressed out for like 2 weeks. The only thing I can stomach was like those French pastries, just like the butter and the bread, lightly sweet. That's literally all I ate for like 2 weeks. So it's not that bad for you. The only thing you got to be careful of, you know, there's no animal protein, and
oh
it's
my
pretty
god.
depleted in B vitamins. But it's like it's one of the least worst things depending on where you're getting the croissant from. Like a homemade croissant, which is flour and butter, is good, but a lot of these store-bought croissants, you got to be careful because they'll use like vegetable seed oils and fortified enriched flour, which is actually bad for you.
What a fucking moron.
Journey. There is no single food group that is the enemy here. It's recognizing that food is not just fuel, but a way to connect with our bodies, celebrate life.
No single food group is the enemy? I disagree. I think that purple sweet potato is about to destroy your...
I would disagree too. Animal products are your enemy. And he thinks purple sweet potatoes destroy your liver.
But prove me wrong.
So apparently purple sweet potatoes destroy your liver and cause cirrhosis. Okay. Marbles in my ball sack, Donny Tellers. This kind of looks fun too, but scary. Yeah, skydiving's fun. Or it looks fun. I've never done it. Base jumping's stupid. Base jumping has way too high of a risk associated. I'd never do base jumping. So often the parachutes fail to deploy. So yeah, base jumping is just stupid.
Thing I've ever done. I'm a little short on breath right now, but we are literally at 17,500 feet. 17,500 feet.
Paramotors look really fucking fun. I was looking into it. You can find used paramotors for like nothing. It's just getting your license that's kind of a hassle. But yeah, paramotoring looks pretty fucking fun. It's just more the jetpack guy. I don't know what this is.
Richard, would you ever purchase, in person, any fruits and veggies at Frank's store?
No. I'd never do anything to support Frank because I hate him. I would blow up his place of business, but I'd never give him money. Thanks for the donation though, James. Alright.
And find so much joy and nourishment. Having purple sweet potato, which I discovered like last week, and it tastes a million times better than any other sweet potato I've tried. I don't know how many there are, but I've only tried another one, so maybe that's not true. And
you have to keep in mind when a food is colorful, when it's really dark colored, that generally means there's compounds in it giving it that color. There's exceptions, like if you bake bread and the bread's brown, it's because you caramelized it, you know? But, you know, the reason meat is red is, okay, there's iron in it, there's this, there's that. The reason salmon is orange, okay, there's carotenes, there's this, there's that. You have to understand why the foods...
Yeah, I don't mean I'd literally blow up his place of business, like in Minecraft.
That color, and are those compounds going to be harmful to your body? In the case of red meat, or pork or venison or really dark colored meat, you know the minerals in that and the nutrients of that and everything in that, you know that's okay for your body. But in the case of the sweet potato, what's really in there?
Tomato salad, salmon, and then this like lentil dal that's like left over from a few days ago. So yeah, and I just put butter in this and
I mean just
I like that idea. Let me know when you are ready to act.
Well, don't think I'm gonna do that in real life, but in Minecraft. Thanks for that donation, James.
White rice with the salmon is healthier.
This is literally my life, just throwing him the ball every second of the day. Anyways, I've just been sitting here for like... I've just been sitting here on the floor on like my little coffee table.
Some of these young influencers need to just work a real job before
on TikTok. So yeah, let's go make a little snack. I have been filming what I eat in a day videos for a couple of months now, and it's important to clarify that I'm not
what's up with this croissant, dude?
Represent the perfect diet.
It's like her boyfriend,
whatsoever.
Her new boyfriend, the dog and the croissant.
I don't think that's a croissant. It looks like bread.
An illusion, and it can lead us down a path of endless...
Yeah, that just looks like bread.
...and dissatisfaction with ourselves. What I share in these videos is not a universal prescription, but a reflection of just my own personal journey.
You know, another racist moment that I had to endure with my white supremacist father is that when we were up in Ohio, He was telling me and pointing out all the black people he saw, you know, when I was growing up. I didn't have to see those fucking N-word creatures.
That is pretty fucked up, dude. Your dad is a horrible person. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben.
My preferences and my needs. It's the perfect diet for myself, not necessarily.
How can you like be so condescending and self-righteous and then put this little warning in there? Like you're preaching, oh, I've explored everything, I know everything. You need to be intuitive. You need to listen to your body. Like step back here.
I wonder how tall she is.
Probably like 5'4". She looks like she's like average height for a girl. Thanks for the donation, James.
A realistic, what I eat in a day, how I transform my body, intuitive eating. And she buys a freaking croissant that's bigger than me. Bro, I'm... I mean, Greek yogurt, honey, and fruit is good enough. It's healthy.
This is literally what I've been doing while my croissant heats up. Eating my boyfriend's leftover meatballs and gnocchi that he had for lunch.
Like, what she's showing us versus her body composition, like, as I said earlier, like eating disorder. Like, there's no way she does this every day.
I'd have to agree with Frank. I seriously doubt she eats like this every day if she looks the way she does. She looks slightly underweight, and what she's eating right now is quite a bit, like, considering how skinny she is. So, she's either not eating like this every day, or she's making this food, giving it to somebody else, throwing it out. What a lot of people with eating disorders do, like anorexia, is if they're doing like a what I eat in a day food vlog, they'll make all this food, they'll show themselves eating a little bit of it, but they won't finish it. They'll eat like half or a quarter of it and then throw the rest out. I don't think there's no way she eats like this regularly.
She's actually getting some good foods and decent calories. Like ham and cheese croissant. I mean, she put ham and cheese on the chocolate. It's a chocolate croissant. All right. So, like ham and cheese croissant I can get down with, but I'm guessing that's chocolate on the outside, so I don't know. But, you know, ham, cheese, animal nutrition, healthy protein. I mean, depends on the quality. Croissant, we said, is good. It's a pretty healthy meal. You probably want some fiber or something to kind of break things up, and healthy in a sense of like giving the body what it needs calorically and nutritionally, vitamins and minerals. Maybe like some pickles from Frankie's Free Range Foods would go well with that.
Okay, let's taste this. Excuse me. Thanks. I want to try the one with ham and cheese first. I'm sorry.
I think if she just had like rice with her lunch, she probably wouldn't need the extra meal. I mean, this is a decent amount of food, you know, compared to what these girls normally eat. She looks kind of like that popular fitness girl. What's her name? Sv3rige or something. She looks pretty much like her.
Yeah, she does actually.
Snacking more.
I have now changed into my pajamas for...
I mean, dark chocolate covered almonds. I don't really speak a lot of...
Over 300 of your friends are here with you.
Yep, there's a fair bit of people watching right now. Thanks for the donation, James.
About nuts and seeds, but, you know, we do have macadamia nuts on the foods website. I just think if you're going to have any, like, nut fat source as a snack, you know, macadamia nuts being predominantly saturated fat, they're just the healthiest choice by far.
They are not. The healthiest nut is, I think, it's likely almonds. Yeah, almonds and walnuts are probably the two healthiest nuts.
It's not even comparable.
For the night, this pajamas from the White Company, they make the cutest pajamas, honestly. I love buying one like every year. And yeah, they're super, super soft, super comfy, and they always have like some cute designs. So anyways, I also put pimple cream on my face because I'm breaking out so bad. I don't know why. Like, I don't know if it's because I've eaten something.
Gee, I'm eating fucking croissants and I'm in
Oh, that's
dairy.
just scratching the surface on how horrible he is. Every night when he puts on his Trump propaganda network and when a black person who has an opposing view that is critical of Trump and others, he is always like die N-word. You are a stupid N-word.
Yeah, your dad's a piece of crap. Thanks for the donation though, Ben. I love how she's eating just tons of high-fat dairy. Like eating cream, yogurt, fucking croissants that are loaded with butter. And then she's like, I wonder why I'm breaking out. Jesus.
Could it be? Could it be the candida from the croissant that's the size of your body?
Yeah, Frank has this stupid idea that everybody has candida overgrowth.
I mean, if she was wearing EMF protective clothing and had more probiotics in the diet.
So Frank thinks EMF causes acne. That's a new one.
She wouldn't be breaking out. Obviously, you know.
Yeah, again, it's not the tons of cream and butter she's eating. It's her Wi-Fi.
There does need to be some dietary adjustments in general for this to be better, whether it's going organic or higher quality or maybe restricting certain products for certain periods of time. Yeah, like if she had a glass of kefir for breakfast with that meal and then maybe with the croissant, if she had, you know, some more probiotics or something, there needs to be probiotics to help her digest the carbs and the starch.
I feel like I haven't changed anything about my diet, so I don't know, maybe I'm just really stressed. Who knows? Anyways, yeah, so tonight I'm gonna make a lasagna.
Yeah, I'm live
I
on
haven't made lasagna
Kick.
for so long. I feel like I used to make it a lot when I was at Imperial last year because it was just like such a quick and easy meal. But yeah, I haven't made it in a really long time, so I'm really excited to actually make it. And the thing is, I actually do it with, let me show you all the ingredients. That I actually use. So I'll use this.
I'll touch a little bit on the acne stuff before we get into this. This is weird, dude, because like her first meal was good, perfect. The second meal was kind of bad because like the sweet potato and the salad and the nonsense. The third meal was good, and now this meal looks bad. So she's alternating between like what I consider good stuff that like even the Amish would make for themselves, like old school, calorically dense home cooking, versus like vegan nonsense that people think is healthy but's actually not. She's like caught in between, I guess. But mild acne is a pretty good sign of moderate liver damage.
No, it is not. Frank is a fucking idiot. Her acne is probably from the insane amount of high-fat dairy she eats. That's in all likelihood what it is. Women are also more prone to acne as adults. So it's probably those two things.
And what I mean by that is it's going to take you several years if you know exactly what you're doing to be healthy. Now, for me, you know, only at this point now, I'm over 30 years old, have I been able to clear up my skin. You know, for 5-6 years as a kid, teenager, young adult, I always had bad acne. I took Accutane, destroyed my liver, on and off carnivore diet. I always had cystic acne, horrible bad acne, really up until the past few years that I've been actually healing my liver. So if you're...
That is not true.
And I wish I can say that this would be the last you would hear from me, but not until my vegan woke brother and I wait for him to die so that we can collect the inheritance and give him the biggest fuck you we can ever give to him, lol.
Yeah, that'll be great, dude. I'm sure it's going to be any day now. Thanks for that donation, Ben. Yeah, I've never seen Frank with any substantive amount of acne. He was taking steroids a couple years ago, and he did have skin that was kind of blotchy and breaking out a little bit, but he's never had cystic acne in the last, like, what, 6 or 7 years he's been on YouTube?
It or I won't donate $15 for the best impression ever.
Okay, well, thanks for the donation, Lionheart.
If you're getting mild acne, that's a good sign that you really need to figure out and dial things in, because if not, if you keep pushing through these diets for years and years and years and you still have acne, maybe it gets worse, maybe not, but you're already at the point where it's going to take you a long period of time to recover your health. Because most people can eat whatever they want and not get acne. So there's a pretty reasonable amount of liver damage that's already done if you're breaking out at all.
Nope. Some people are a little more prone to acne than others, and most people will get some sort of change in their skin quality, including acne, if they eat really shitty food. So that's not true.
This, if it focuses, hello. So it's like made out of lentil, 100%. There's no wheat in it. And honestly, it changes the flavor so much, and I genuinely prefer it so much more. Like, not that I don't eat the regular pasta.
Tasty.
I mean, as you guys know, I eat pasta every single night. But yeah, I feel like this changes the lasagna so much, and I honestly really love it. But yeah, so this is the veggie that I put. I honestly change it just depending on what I have. So tonight I'm just going to do like half an onion, because this onion's really big actually. Like a carrot, then a pepper, and I'm going to put some spinach in it. This is the minced meat. And then I just mix all of that together. Add the tomato sauce. Done. And then you just layer it with the bechamel sauce. And then you just put cheese on top. It's actually super easy. Yeah, so I'm actually going to preheat the oven at 180. This is the pimple cream that I've been using probably for like 5 months now. And genuinely, this is the best one I have.
I mean, maybe the pimple and the acne stuff is something you should keep outside of the diet video, because you don't, if you're trying to sell a lifestyle, you don't want to say, oh yeah, this is what I eat and do, and it's so good for you, but you'll get acne. Here's my pimple cream. Like, it's kind of not the smartest market to get the acne first things and that she's making into a meal.
I found that tastes the best. I'm here.
You guys enjoy
Bored
this.
now. Frank's still stupid, but we already knew that. Alright.
Dodo is an autistic faggot and James Wade is a degenerate simp.
I don't think I'd agree with either of those claims, but thanks for the donation, Vegan Tranny.
As requested, I'm going to review a video by Renaissance Periodization. The video is called Exercise Scientist Exposes Dr. Oz's Nutrition Lies. What is an exercise scientist? Everything scientific that's ever been released shows how unhealthy exercise is. Nothing scientific
Yes, that's why people who exercise more live longer.
that's ever been released showed any kind of health benefits of exercise.
Aside from living longer, preventing sarcopenia, preventing heart disease, diabetes. Yeah, true, dude.
I'm talking about literally zero. We'll see. I'm ready for a lot of ignorance.
You son of a bitch, you skipped it through. That's okay, time for you to earn your paycheck. Do impersonation of Chuck Basher questioning if he's gay, or Chuck Basher questioning if his diet was a reason for his heart attack. Lololololol.
Alright, sure. Oh, what's up, YouTube? We be eating more watermelon today, 'cause I've been thinking, all this watermelon, like, it's clean, it's from the earth, there's no processed food or any of that garbage in it, and I've been thinking, maybe what I was eating before and all the steroids I was taking, maybe that was actually what caused my heart attack. So that's why we only be eating watermelon here, and this is all just going to be watermelon from here on out. Alright, there you go. That's my best Chuck Basher impression. Thanks for the donation, dude.
What is a degenerate simp?
Well, a degenerate is somebody who's lacking in morals, and a simp is somebody who gives a ton of attention and money to somebody that they idolize or desire. That's basically what it is. Thanks for that donation, James.
17 pounds in 22 weeks.
I wonder if he's going to bring any real people that have had real results on. That's what I'd do next if I was a charlatan.
So I gave the supplements to 2 viewers 5 days ago.
I agree that Dr. Oz also has no idea what he's talking about.
Hey folks, Dr. Mike here for Renaissance Periodization, creator of the RP Hypertrophy app, the RP Diet Coach app, and professor of exercise and sports science at Lehman College in the Bronx. Hey, the Bronx.
Oh, he works at a college in the Bronx. That's why he calls himself an exercise scientist. All right. Thanks for clearing it up.
Roll camera.
You may think magic is make-believe.
Yes, magic is make-believe. Anyone after the age of 8 is either in that opinion or is deemed mentally unwell.
But this little bean...
A bee. Well, I'm eating insects and shit. Bean.
We will be forced to eat insects pretty soon.
Thanks, got the video guy.
As scientists saying they found a magic weight loss cure for every body type.
Wow, I wonder how many scientists have actually said they found the magic weight loss cure for every body type. As a scientist, let me break this down for you. Nobody. No, wait, I can do better. Body types aren't even a real thing. Magic isn't a real thing, and weight loss is not something to be cured, but to be treated. You do not acquire weight loss as some kind of disease that occurs from a pathogen or something like that. Finally, I'm cured of my weight loss? No. Excess body weight is the thing you're actually trying to cure if you were even going to architect that position intelligently.
Yes, exactly. Humans have a natural body weight, which is how we are supposed to look and feel like. And then you have excess fat. Usually it's not excess muscle, although for him it's probably that. Which is why you're overweight. You're over a natural weight. Bodybuilders...
How do you determine what a natural weight is? Please explain.
Who are especially on steroids are also overweight, and people who eat a lot of junk food, for example, are also overweight, but they are overweight because of excess fat. You can have excess fat or excess muscle. Both are incredibly unhealthy.
I don't know how he defines excess muscle. I would agree that steroids are definitely unhealthy for you.
At vegan tranny dumb. If my cognitive capacity could be measured by human standards, it would dwarf even the greatest of historical geniuses. I can juggle the nuances of quantum physics while reciting every work of Shakespeare backwards. What about you?
Well, looks like shots are fired. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
We must never tell our little secret to Jasmine?
Yes, we'll keep it a secret, James. Thanks for the donation. So yeah, taking steroids, obviously bad for you. As far as whether or not it's unhealthy to have the amount of muscle mass that steroids gives you, I've not seen any evidence of that. Like, the negative effects of steroids usually relate to their effect on renal function, blood pressure, cholesterol. They can also trigger maladaptive cardiomyopathy. Those things are all bad, but like just having that amount of muscle, what's the evidence that just having more muscle is bad for you? There isn't any.
And are over the weight of your natural weight, which you're supposed to be at.
Define natural weight.
As a natural human being. That goes for every animal. We are the only beings who go over our natural weight.
You can find fat monkeys. Like, you can find overweight and underweight animals of any species. How do you determine what a natural weight is?
Oz, yes, I know you're an award-winning heart surgeon or some shit like that. But your boy went to PhD in gym class, and I finished that shit. About to critique you more. I'm already channeling.
I'm a man of my word. Once that day happens, I will be making a generous donation to Vegan Gains' charity Smile also. Do you think that Sv3rige is a Jew hater? Since Mike is Jewish and that it is a motivation for attacking him and using his ignorance as an excuse?
Well, thank you, Ben. You're very generous, and Yeah, Sv3rige is an anti-Semite. He has a lot of conspiratorial beliefs around Jews. I'm pretty sure he's a Holocaust denier. And, like, he believes in the Illuminati and shit, and I think he said, like, Jews run the world, crap like that, so... Yeah, pretty certain he's an anti-Semite. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben. Hairy Ass with Poop on It donated $2. That is absolutely disgusting. What is the translation? White gold. That looks fucking horrendous. Like, imagine doing that and then drinking that shit. Thanks for the donation, though, man.
Scott, how am I supposed to say it? The dark side. I just wish I had a lightning bolt to zap this dumb motherfucker with. You feel me? All right.
It's green coffee bean.
Why would you have so much aggression against somebody who's selling supplements? Yeah, it's the drugs. You're biochemically sick, man.
This is coming from a guy who hired a hitman to kill his ex-girlfriend and his newborn child. So, speaking of aggression and being mentally sick...
When turned into a supplement, this miracle pill can burn fat fast.
Did he say green coffee beans?
Yes, he did.
Okay. But apparently they only burn fat fast if turned into a pill. And I wonder if Dr. Oz makes any money off said pill.
Anyone who wants to lose weight. This is very exciting, and it's breaking news.
Breaking news. I just want to see, like, a little snippet of, like, the Ukraine war heating up again as Russia counterattacks. Wait, no, Bob, hold on a second. We've got breaking news coming in. Dr. Oz is a liar again. Oh, thanks, Amy. Let's go to that story right now.
I do have to say that this guy is somewhat funny.
You know, I usually don't recommend weight loss supplements.
There comes the qualifications. Folks, look at your screen. Naturopathic doctor and certified nutritionist. Certified nutritionist almost certainly is a play around the term registered dietitian, which he's almost certainly not. You can be a certified nutritionist with a variety of governing bodies that don't have a whole lot of authority in the United States or any other country, and you can actually make your own nutrition certification in most places just by announcing that you have one. Naturopathic doctor. Folks, that is unfortunately a real thing. And without offending too many people, it's all bullshit. Because doctors select from a variety of treatment options. They don't care if it's natural or not. If something natural works to help you, doctors love it. Real doctors, that is. People with MD and DO after their name. ND, I am that shit. And if you're a naturopathic doctor, hello, but go get a real degree. I'm kidding, sort of. I'm not kidding. I'll put my foot on that one.
Did he actually say that doctors choose natural options to treat people? I can't think of one example. No.
So, Sv3rige doesn't understand English, even though apparently he speaks it.
Doctor does that. Doctors always prescribe pills, drugs. They haven't even learned anything about nutrition. They don't know how to heal somebody naturally whatsoever.
This one has got me really, really excited. The recent study that you were talking about earlier, the participants took the capsules and they did nothing else. They didn't exercise, they didn't change their diet. They actually consumed 2,400 calories a day.
Why wouldn't just drinking coffee do this?
Yeah, because when the coffee that we drink is roasted, and when they roast it at 475 degrees Fahrenheit.
That sounds like a big number that scares me.
But the most important thing it does is it removes the chlorogenic acid. That's the key to what we're talking about today.
Yeah,
chlorogenic acid is a toxin. I've already talked about this in my videos. The reason you get more of it from green beans, these so-called supplements, pills that they are selling, is because they are in their so-called raw, natural state still, which are way more toxic than roasted
Coffee beans are not toxic.
beans. Any
What do you say to people who dismiss hypotheticals as unrealistic when running Name the Trait?
Well, you just explain to them why a hypothetical is used. It's used to test logical consistency. Unless there's a logical problem with the hypothetical that you propose, there's no reason to not answer a hypothetical question. It's just idiotic. Thanks for the donation, Blackbean.
Do you drink coffee? Have read, heard studies suggesting coffee drinkers live longer and has positive health benefits. Better way to get a natural stimulant, maybe better than pre-workout as a source of caffeine.
I do drink coffee occasionally. There are health benefits to drinking coffee. It seems to treat depression pretty well. People who drink, I think, like up to 5 cups of coffee are less likely to commit suicide. Seems to have benefits for preventing diabetes, stuff like that. Coffee is probably better for you than most pre-workout supplements, so yeah, coffee's okay. Thanks for the donation though, Dick on the Moon.
Kind of cooked foods, pasteurized ones, roasted ones will have less toxins than the raw natural forms of those foods, and that's because heat neutralizes and destroys all of the chemicals in the food. Some are more, some are less heat sensitive, but they will be altered in some way. That's why drinking coffee is healthier than eating green coffee beans. Both are still insanely unhealthy. The reason you lose weight eating this toxic garbage is only because it's so toxic that your body has to use your fat, your white blood cells. It has to try to get these toxins out of the body. These toxins also literally kill your cells. All toxins touch your cells and kill them. Your cells are made out of fat, so you need to repair your body constantly. Your body is insanely stressed. The stress hormones go through the roof when you consume toxic food, and that's why you lose weight without doing anything. That's exactly what happens if
green coffee beans do not make you just lose weight.
Toxins enter your body. It's not at all a surprise. What Dr. Oz is advertising on his show is literally poison, literally.
Sure, that's why there's so many deaths when people take green coffee supplement. Oh, no, wait.
Every definition, and he's actually allowed to do that on TV. He's saying consume poison, and because of the poison, you're going to lose weight, as in eat yourself up, because you will need to repair your body because of the insane poisons and stress. Crazy.
I don't even know what the chlorogenic acid is. Sounds made up, but it could be a real thing.
Oh my god, yeah. The absolute ignorance, come on.
It absolutely is possible that various modifications made to food in the preparatory process, such as the heating of coffee, can degrade some of the phytochemicals and prevent them from having positive effects or negative effects on your body. That's totally plausible.
Right, negative effects. There's no so-called positive effects that you can get out of coffee, obviously. It's a poison.
And so what this gentleman is saying sounds plausible. It's the results that we're concerned about. Does it really cause the things that he's claiming? I suspect the answer is no, by the way.
No, of course it does. It's just incredibly unhealthy. It's not at all a health benefit. Weight loss in general is not a health benefit. Weight loss literally just means that you are consuming yourself. That's it. It's by no definition healthy to eat yourself.
Like, if you're overweight, you have to lose weight to get healthier. So, like, what the fuck is he talking about?
If you're very obese, then you should, of course, lose the weight. If you have way too much muscle, then you should also lose the muscle. Both are very unhealthy. He is a very unhealthy human being, but because...
So then, like, that's a contradiction. He says weight loss is unhealthy, but he recommends people lose weight if they're overweight. Like, what he's really saying is being underweight is unhealthy.
Because he's been brainwashed, and the obese people who are obese because of fat have been brainwashed, or are simply too dumb to even realize what they are supposed to eat, seeing as most humans nowadays don't eat naturally. Weight loss comes naturally if you simply eat the natural food humans are supposed to eat.
Nope, not for everybody. Most people will experience weight loss if they make certain dietary changes, even in ad libitum circumstances. So if you eat like more raw fruits and vegetables and, you know, cut out fatty foods like, you know, meat, dairy, eggs, shit like that. Yeah, most people are going to lose weight, but some people just have a fucked up combination of genes that makes them overeat pretty much regardless of what they're eating. So not necessarily. A lot of people do just have to track calories.
then you get back to your natural state. Whatever you do, if you live naturally, you're gonna be natural. You're gonna be happy and healthy. It's just so simple. People who are obese should not exercise. They should not take some toxic pills. What they should do is simply eat naturally. That's it. It's gonna take...
If you're overweight, you shouldn't exercise. Great advice.
a few weeks or a few months and you will be back
Oh
to
my
your
God.
natural weight.
So how does it work? Well, it's amazing. It's what we call a triple threat.
Yes, that's what we typically say in science. Triple threat.
It goes in and it causes the body to burn glucose or sugar and burn fat, mainly in the liver.
Now, I always pride myself at having the smartest TV audience out there.
Oh, Jesus, yeah, right.
Oh.
It's great to say that because then, of course, the audience believes that they understand everything and then they will buy the supplements because they are so clever. Yeah, it's really great advertising. He's a great manipulator.
God, that's good. Now listen, if you watch Dr. Oz, look, my grandma used to watch Dr. Oz. No longer with us. Not because of Dr. Oz. Shit, not, you know what I'm saying? He didn't help. Politically, amazing thing to say. I mean, God, is he like a sociopath or something? You know what? I'm getting quite hot. Let me take a search.
This is war.
Oh my God.
Dodo Donatellers, remember when Dr. Oz ran for Senate and simped for Trump? Yeah, he's a fucking piece of shit. Like, Dr. Oz is one of the scummiest people on the planet. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
And so I'm hoping some of you are skeptical about this.
Oh, I love it. False skepticism encouragement. Don't just believe what I say. Let's talk about real results with real people. I wonder if he's going to bring any real people that have had real results on. That's what I'd do next if I was a charlatan.
So I gave the supplements to 2 viewers 5 days ago.
Brilliant. Brilliant. And he's giving them away for free. My God, what a nice guy.
It gave me more energy than I usually have.
Is that woman at gunpoint? She looks very...
That's exactly what I meant. You produce a lot of adrenaline, for example, when such toxins enter your body. You do have more energy. It's not actual energy.
Well, she's taking a supplement that contains high amounts of caffeine, so no shit, you're gonna have a bit more energy.
Of course, it's your body being very stressed. It's in a fight or flight mode, essentially.
It made me less hungry than I usually am, you know, in the beginning stages of trying to lose weight. And I seemed to get fuller faster when I was eating. I did get a lot more energy. I didn't change my diet. Everything was the same. I was fuller, and I was fuller longer.
Oh my God. I was going to dig into these women. They seem like such nice ladies. Dr. Oz, stop ripping people off. They're good people.
You lost 2 pounds. Omar has lost 6 pounds. That's more than a pound a day.
Oh my God.
Black men in the audience are like, boo.
He's more ignorant than I imagined. He had no idea what chlorogenic acid is. He generally didn't understand what the two of them are even talking about here and there. That's about Comedy Channel, but we'll see more.
If you rev up your metabolism and turn your body into a fat-burning machine.
Finally, someone with secrets. I don't mean to get personal, but I wonder how far my fist could move through this man's face before violating the laws of classical physics and leading to Einsteinian reactions, causing the destruction of an entire city block behind him. I'm being a bit extra. Let's go to the video.
Metabolism death foods are foods that act like
He's incredibly biochemically sick.
toxins on your body and actually put your body into a fight or flight response.
Josh Axe DC. Physician. Whoa. Dr. Oz is lying about this guy's credentials. Josh Axe isn't a physician, he's a fucking chiropractor. Like, what the fuck?
Hey, you fucked up your canned pitch, idiot. Fight or flight responses typically lead to weight loss. The fight or flight response is characterized in almost everyone by a reduction in appetite and an increase in energy expenditure. You know, that's how that works. If you shock a rat with electricity in a cage all the time, weight gain's not the result. Weight gain generally comes from a lot of parasympathetic activity, of a lot of just, you know, sitting on the couch and being really relaxed and throwing back Cheetos. God damn it.
Sitting on a couch won't make you gain weight. Obviously, only food can make you gain weight. Absolutely nothing else can do that. Nothing else on earth. And eating Cheetos
Bosvin,
Could
what's up,
do
dude?
that, especially if you combine it with some kind of fat, of course, because you're eating processed carbohydrates. It spikes your insulin way more than natural carbohydrates. Not that potatoes, pasta, and all of the garbage is natural by any means, but fruits would, for example, not do that if you would eat them whole. Whereas if you drink fruit juice, it will do that because it's unnatural. All of these unnatural processed junk foods will spike your insulin a lot because the glycemic index is so high for these foods.
You know, and one of the scary things about it is a lot of these foods are actually labeled as being health foods.
By idiot real doctors.
When in fact, they're the very same foods that are shutting down our metabolism.
The first up, rest in peace metabolism.
Oh my God, they have little gravestones. And there's a little skull on there. It's so adorable. It's kind of like Dia de los Muertos. You know what I'm saying? Like, by the way, when bitches at Dia de los Muertos get the half skull painting shit, it was all about that. What's up, ladies? Just kidding, I'm married. But Jared Feather is not.
So what's your problem with it?
Well, you know, the problem that I have with whole grains.
I don't care. God damn it, it's my job to care. Okay, I'll put on my care hat.
Well, one big one is that these are empty calories.
I'm sorry, what? What? Oh!
It's pretty correct, yes. Grains in general are just carbs, which is sugar.
Yeah, they also have fiber, vitamins, minerals, you know.
It has a lot of anti-nutrients nowadays, also glyphosate, all kinds of toxins which
I love how he says anti-nutrients all the time, and then, like, here I am eating all these foods with the supposed anti-nutrients, and I'm twice his fucking size.
are natural and man-made. I put natural in quotes because you wouldn't be eating that naturally anyway. It should never enter your system. You could absolutely call it empty calories, of course.
Let's do some science. Empty calories is a shitty term. It was made up a while ago and it should have never been made up, but let me explain what the best intention of the term is. Empty calories are when you have a food that has calories in it, that is, it has protein or carbohydrate or fat, but it has very few micronutrients in it per any given amount of it that you eat. So very few vitamins, minerals, phytochemicals, or fiber per how many calories that food has. So something like Laffy Taffy. You eat Laffy Taffy, you laugh with your friends eating taffy, ostensibly, and it has carbohydrate, it has calories in it, but not really any vitamins or minerals or phytochemicals or fiber. Do you guys want to know a food group that's the opposite of empty calories? Whole grains.
Oh my god, I don't know what he's about to say, but this video may be getting ridiculous. This is going to be hard to watch.
Sv3rige's teeth are so fucking yellow. I just noticed that. I don't think he brushes.
Oh, I got a son of a bitch.
Ready. In place of those grains.
Oh wow, he didn't even say anything. Wait, really? Oh my god! This is possibly the worst video I've ever seen. On nutrition, health, anything. Audiences says and said nothing.
Okay, getting bored. Sv3rige is a fucking idiot, but... Ugh, we already knew that. So, I was planning on playing video games, but I do have to get up sort of early, and I have a long-ass fucking day tomorrow. I'm gonna have to do a lot of fucking driving in cold-ass weather.
Watch the Sneeko debate.
Next stream. We'll do that, like, next stream. Thanks for the donation, though, ass. Yeah, so I'm gonna just go nighty-night since it's already almost 1 in the morning anyway. We'll try to play Spider-Man 2 tomorrow. assuming I'm not too tired after driving and everything tomorrow. Should be streaming. Stream might be a bit later, like around 9 or 10, depending on when I get back home. But I hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And sweet dreams.